begin the 2020 webinar series for the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you haven't had any technology issues like we have this morning or this afternoon, but we are going to get started nonetheless. I am your proud host and moderator and pilot director of the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot. My name is Erica Buford, and thank you for joining us today. It is Foster Care Awareness Month, and our network wants to take advantage of this opportunity to provide accurate and helpful information for youth in or who have aged out of the foster care system or who were adopted. We also want to provide information to professionals and stakeholders who closely work in the child welfare and education systems. We would like to also maintain contact with our community despite the current restrictions and limitations due to COVID-19. This is a challenging time filled with so much uncertainty, and we want to remain hopeful that one day we will return to a new way of being and are much stronger, wiser, and appreciative of the opportunities that we have. I hope that you all are healthy, both physically and mentally, and do whatever it takes to maintain the safety of you and your loved ones and the community at large. Remember, we are all in this together. So you all joined us today for a reason. Some of you just for the session, others have interest in 2 or 3 topics, and then some are here to support us for the whole week. Whatever the case, we thank you for being here. I would also like to thank the entire Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot and community partners for all the hard work you've provided and the eagerness to participate in this series. I would also like to give a special thank you to my sister Christy Williams and our UTSA Education Leadership Intern, Stephanie Ortiz, that's helped to make this webinar a reality. A few housekeeping items. Our webinar will be recorded and live streamed on YouTube. We will later have a recording available to the community and posted on our new website this Wednesday, which is www.bcfes.org. The site is currently under construction, but I am confident that you will find value in this content and share the excitement that I have in unveiling the website on Wednesday, so stay tuned. We will reserve Q&A for the end of the presentations. There will be a chat box that both Christy and Stephanie will monitor to ensure that all our panelists' questions are addressed. If anyone wants to share where they are from and what agency or organization they represent, please do so. We have not made attendees' name public to maintain the privacy of any youth participating today. Everyone will remain muted except for the panelists so that we can minimize background noise and interruption. I wish I could also promise the same, but something that may be inevitable with 2 school-age kids and a toddler, so we shall see. There will also be 2 brief polls at the end of our presentation so we can get to know more about our audience and our performance. So this week we will focus on various aspects related to youth in or alumni of the foster care system, education, and the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot. Today's topic will give you a comprehensive overview of resources available to youth to help them succeed in higher education and beyond. We have a great lineup of professionals from various local and state agencies that will provide up-to-date and accurate information on financial support, education and health benefits, and also housing programs and resources. On Tuesday, we will take a deep dive into trends in research and student success efforts that UTSA uses to improve the educational trajectory of the students we serve. It will also give a personal account of the origin of the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Vision and how it grew into the pilot we have today. Wednesday will showcase the pilot and share information on the model, the collaborative partnership, and strategic framework that involves our fantastic community of professionals that are committed to the work that we do. On Thursday, we will focus on our direct support rock stars, otherwise known as program administrators and coaches, involved in our collaborative partnership. They will specifically discuss their programs and all that unites us, but also set us apart to empower our students to reach their self-determined education and career goals. Lastly, on Friday, We will focus on youth empowerment and voice. We will be showcasing the youth advisory groups of our two partner agencies, the Yale group from Family Tapestry and YAB or YAB from the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless, or SARA, and how our pilot will collaborate rather than duplicate efforts starting this June. We are so excited to have a phenomenal young woman and foster care alumnus, MJ, lead the charge, who is also a youth advocate for the College Bound docket. So before we jump into today's topic, I have a special message from UTSA's beloved First Lady, Peggy Amy.
You inspire us every day with your courage, fortitude, and resiliency. I want to thank the San Antonio Legislative Delegation. Without their advocacy and championing the pilot project, we would never have received the funding to make this project possible. Thank you. I also want to thank all of our partners to very
So there seems to be some technology issues, and I'm not sure why you all can't hear the video. I am trying to resolve the issue, and I will restart the video. It's very short, and so I apologize for these technical delays. Please bear with me.
ASA. Hi, I'm Peggy Amy, the First Lady of UTSA. Welcome to the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Pilot Project's Foster Care Awareness Month webinar series. Thank you so much for participating. I hope you find it informative and useful. These are strange times we find ourselves in, and I hope you and all of your loved ones are safe and well. Before I jump in, I want to take a moment to thank some folks. First and foremost, to those youth in foster care and those who have aged out or been adopted, you inspire us every day with your courage, fortitude, and resiliency. I want to thank the San Antonio Legislative Delegation, without their advocacy and championing the pilot project, we would never have received the funding to make this project possible. So thank you. I also want to thank all of our pilot project partners, to the Bexar County Children's Court, to court-appointed special advocates of San Antonio, Texas A&M San Antonio, the Alamo Colleges, and of course, the University of Texas at San Antonio. And in particular, I want to thank their academic leadership, because without them, these programs would not exist on their campuses. So thank you, President Tenayante Matson at A&M, Chancellor Flores at Alamo Colleges, and of course, my beloved Taylor Amy at UTSA. I also want to thank all of the community and university champions who have helped us get this project off the ground, and of course to all of the webinar presenters. I have worked in the child welfare system and been a court-appointed special advocate in Massachusetts, Tennessee, and Texas. And outcomes for children, educational outcomes for children who have been in foster care, have always frankly weighed very heavily on my heart. And apart from advocating for an individual child as a CASA, I always wanted to do something systemic, something big. And when I came to San Antonio and had this unique opportunity as the First Lady, I decided to go for it. And I began by looking at the landscape on UTSA's campus. How many kids do we have been in foster care? How are we supporting them? And then I started to talk to the rest of the Bexar community who were so welcoming. What's happening? How are we supporting these kids? Nationally, less than 3% of children who have been in foster care will graduate from college. And here in Texas, that number is even lower. So we began with the premise that we were going to increase the retention and graduation rates for students who have been in foster care and greatly increase the number of children in foster care who are academically and emotionally ready for college. That's the mission we set out with. So we got this funding from the state of Texas, for which we are so grateful. We set up campus-based support programs that you'll hear about in more detail on all of our campuses, and establish a truly innovative children's court program in partnership with CASA. These programs are supporting our students on our campuses to provide them all the services that they need to be academically successful. And this has proven so important right now during the pandemic. Without the pilot project and the support that our wonderful staff and coaches are providing, these young people would have no one. And the number of students with the history of foster care that we're supporting has increased, and we are providing emergency funding for these young people. What is my vision for the future? My vision for the future is that every child who is in foster care will know what college is, will have some idea of a path to get there, and more importantly, will know that they are capable of going to college and that there is a path forward with people to help them. And I also hope that Texas will be the national leader in improving educational outcomes and making kids who are in foster care aware and college ready. So I hope you'll learn a heck of a lot more about the pilot through the webinar series, and I thank you for your time and attention. Birds up.
Thank you, Peggy, for that heartwarming message. I apologize for those sound issues, but hopefully we're all set to continue. So without further ado, let's dive into today's presentations. We have a lineup of game changers who have a wealth of information and resources for youth impacted by the child welfare systems. First up is Cassandra Link Charles and Walter Williams. I will be reading their bios shortly. Cassandra Charles has a bachelor's degree in psychology from Wilberforce University in Wilberforce, Ohio, a master's degree in science of management from Troy State University, Alabama, and a master's of social work degree from the University of Texas at San Antonio. Cassandra's work has included working in Detroit, Michigan, with mothers recovering from substance abuse, providing them with parenting, mentors, dietary education, and referrals to community services. She also has worked with families involved with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services in San Antonio, providing them with access to services to enable them to regain custody of their children. And most recently, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services as a preparation for adult living service specialist, preparing youth for adult life when they exit the foster care system. And with her is Walter Willman. He's a supervisor for the preparation for adult living or PAL unit with CPS in Region 8. He's also been working with the department since 2008 and has been in the PAL program for over 10 years. Over that time, he has been working with foster care youth to understand and access their benefits. During that time, he has seen the expansion of PAL-related services such as the Supervised Independent Living Program, or SEAL, the Data Collection System, National Youth Transitional Database, and now community-based care. And so without further ado, I will give the floor to Cassandra and Walter.
Thank you, Erica, for the introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to actually present to the PAL benefits and the services today. I represent DFPS, the PAL program, here in San Antonio, Texas, which we call Region 8 as well. So right now, we're gonna go over with an overview of the PAL benefits. Preparation for adult living is what we like to call it, PAL for short. Kind of an easier thing to remember for our young adults. PAL is a program designed to prepare youth for adult life when they leave foster care. Our services include benefits, resources, and supports to help foster youth become healthy, productive adults. Our PAL services include the following: life skills assessment. The tool we use is actually the Casey Life Skills Assessment. It assesses the behaviors and the competencies of the young adult from age 14 up until the age of 21. Whenever the young adult, let's say 14 to 18, comes into until CPS's custody. This is to help them achieve long-term goals. It's about a 30 to 40-minute assessment, and it allows us to assist them with healthy relationships, work, study, and work habits, daily living activities, and budgeting. Those are some of the things that we like to assess at that time, and so we like to include the foster parent or the caregiver to continue with continual education for those skills. Again, the assessment is completed by the youth and as well as the caregiver. Okay. The youth that we target is actually youth that are in paid foster care up from age 16 and more likely to age out of foster care at the age of 18. The young adults that age out of the conservatorship at the age of 18 or have left the extended foster care program, in which young adults are allowed to stay in foster care until their 21st birthday, as long as he or she is meeting those qualifications. All right. Okay, we'll continue to talk a little bit about some of the services as well. We didn't talk a little bit real quick. We'll talk about the supported services, which includes reimbursements for senior year or Texas state IDs and driver's license. We'll talk individually to those young adults when they arrive to the transition centers. Again, Texas has two transition centers. San Antonio has two transition centers, one in San Antonio and the other in Kerrville, Texas. We assist, those services include employment, education, and other services. Again, the employment services will allow a young adult to look for employment, help with resume writing, as well as completing applications or practicing interview skills. For the education, if a young adult has not achieved a high school diploma and or a GED, we will continue to assist them with that service as well. Okay, PAL benefits. PAL benefits include the transitional living allowance, which we call short for TLA, tuition and fee waiver. We'll talk a little bit about that. The education and training voucher, aftercare room and board assistance, the former foster care Medicaid, as well as case management services. Okay, let's start with the first, transitional living allowance. Young adults will complete the life skills training classes. Those are 6 classes, 30 block hours of training, anywhere from banking to housing to healthy relationships. Again, those young adults are eligible for this benefit if they age out of foster care at the age of 18 or have left the extended foster care program. They must be working or going to school to participate in any program designed to remove barriers to employment. With that one really quick, we want to talk about young adults. Right now, COVID-19 is happening. A lot of young adults are out of work, and so we're asking that they come to the transition centers or by Zoom or any other teleprompt, that they'd be using those services for Texas Workforce Commission, because those will assist them with finding employment for the future to come. And also, if a young adult is living in the HCS home, which is a home and community-based service, or entering the military or Job Corps, they are eligible for a one-time payment of $500. They will contact their BCFES worker and or POW worker as well. Okay, let's dive into the tuition and fee waiver. The tuition and fee waiver is eligible for those youth with the criteria is below. Most I'll talk about right now is those aging out at the age of 18, but those also eligible will be those that are adopted, as well as those granted permanent managing conservatorship to a non-parent after the year of 2009. So we can talk more about that, but this tuition and fee waiver can be used at any state-supported college in the state of Texas. Before the age of 25, it can then be used for a lifetime. What's really important about the tuition and fee waiver is we want to make sure that youth know it's just for the state of Texas. That means state of Texas supported colleges and universities. You are required to make the requirements for admission to the institution. And also it can be used for vocational and certification programs as well. Aftercare room and board assistance. This is an emergency funding source only. These funds are used for utility, rent, or food. Again, the young adults have to be, the qualifications of this is to be working or in school, or again, participating in a program designed to remove barriers to employment. Again, their name must be on the lease or on the bill in order to access that for those. But with food, we will actually grant them a shopping experience here in Region 8. Case management and aftercare services. Again, we have 2 transition centers here in Region 8. We provide comprehensive services for foster youth that include access and referrals to community partners and resources. Services may include employment assistance, training, education support, and various transitional living services. Again, we do provide services for young adults from 15 up until 25. 21 to 25 includes education and employment services only. So I'd like to make sure that those young adults are still able to come and inquire about employment and how we can assist them with finding adequate employment to take care of their basic needs. Again, the transitional centers are operated solely with partners throughout throughout Texas, and we partner with Texas Workforce Commission. Nine things youth need before leaving care. You may ask yourself, why am I showing this? The reason why I show this is because a birth certificate, social security card, and Texas state ID are very vital to accessing savings, bank accounts, education, and employment. So we ask, if you find a young adult who does not have an original birth certificate or social security card, please have them access our transition centers throughout Texas, and we can assist with purchasing those things and helping them access those required documents in order to continue to live a successful adulthood. Okay, let's talk a little bit about extended foster care. Young adults are elected to remain in care, can elect to remain in care up until the age of 25 if they meet one of the following criteria, and that's going to be attending college or vocational training, working at least 80 hours a month, and if employment is not found and they can actually volunteer for 15 hours a week, attend a program to remove barriers to employment. We talked about Texas Workforce Commission as our partner, are disabled and not able to complete education or employment related goals, or attend high school or GED program up until the age of 22. We want to make sure we try to get our young adults connected with community partners to help with those, because we want to make sure they're accessing their education services. Again, Region 8, I am the education liaison for our Preparation for Adult Living program, and Walter Willman is the supervisor for Region 8. And those, if you see below, those are the 2 transition centers located within our Region 8 program. Thank you so much for your opportunity, and hopefully Walter and I are able to answer questions at the end if you have any.
Thank you, Cassandra, for sharing that information with us. Youth, if there's any youth that are a part of this presentation, Hal is your friend. No pun intended. Well, maybe a little. My boys laughed at it, so yeah, it was probably a little cheesy, but I had to say it. But seriously, there is a host of resources and benefits made available to you so you can succeed. Next are our presenters from BCFES, Health and Family Services. I will turn the mic over to Christy so she can read their bios.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Next we have Brandy Purswell. She earned her BS in Community Health with an emphasis in Psychology and Life Science from Texas A&M University. She's worked with foster youth for the last 15 years, specializing in youth aging out. Brandy completed the Department of Family and Protective Services Leadership Program and has served as a Texas Education and Training Voucher Specialist with BCFES Health and Human Services for 3 years. And we also have Drew Melton. Drew earned his BA in Education at Graceland University, specializing in mathematics. He has worked in the fields of education and recreation as a paraprofessional, teacher, and instructor-director for over 15 years. Drew also spent 2 years working for BCFS as a case manager for the Preparation for Adult Living program and has experience assisting former foster youth with overcoming obstacles faced when aging out of the foster care system. So we'll hand it over to Brandy and Drew.
Hi, everybody. This is Brandy Purswell with BCFS, and we are going to be talking to you about the Education and Training Voucher. This is a federally funded benefit. It is need-based for current and former foster youth to help them complete their post-secondary education. That's either going to college or technical vocational school. But unlike the tuition and fee waiver that was mentioned earlier, they do have to apply for this one and turn in documents. So eligible students can get up to $5,000 a school year to pay for housing and utilities, and that is going to be our first priority. We pay those entities directly. Then they can use anything left over for any type of living expenses, childcare if that's applicable, books and school supplies, a computer. They can use it for transportation, but they can use it to buy a bike or a bus pass, but they cannot use it to buy a car. They can use it for maintenance and repairs and other things for a car if they have one already, like insurance. They just can't physically use it to buy a car.
Okay, ETV eligibility is determined by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. In order to be eligible, students must be aged 16 through 22, and they must have aged out of foster care, currently be in extended foster care, or have been adopted after the age of 16. Youth that are under the custody of the Texas Juvenile Probation Commission, tribal youth in foster care, and unaccompanied refugee minors may also qualify to receive the ETV benefit.
So ETV can help with dual credit in high school. They just have to take one dual credit class to qualify. Otherwise, for an associate's, bachelor's, or master's program, they do have to be taking at least 6 credit hours, which is only half time. They can also use it for technical vocational schools, but those schools do have to be accredited and have to have been in business for at least 2 years to qualify.
Okay, and Cassandra spoke about the tuition and fee waiver. This is kind of the differences between the tuition waiver and ETV. The tuition waiver is a state law. ETV is a federal need-based fund. The tuition waiver is only good for state-supported colleges and universities, while ETV is good for all post-secondary education as long as those schools have been accredited for at least 2 years. The tuition waiver waives fees, and ETV provides $5,000 per school year. Tuition waiver is also a lifetime benefit if it's accessed before the age of 25. ETV, however, is good between the ages of 16 to 23. There are no grade requirements for either. ETV actually has a grade requirement. Once the youth turns 21, they must be making satisfactory academic progress. And both of these benefits can be used at the same time.
So the first step to get ETV, students do have to apply for financial aid. So students can apply for financial aid as early as October 1st of their senior year, and every year after. That application will open October 1st. So it's very important they do that as soon as possible, because some grants are first come, first serve. If students need help getting those filled out, they can go to the Transition Center. So that's BCFES here in San Antonio, where we're located, or the closest transition center to where they're living to get help with that. Also, the local financial aid office. And because this is a need-based benefit, they do have to be careful about accepting loans, because that can affect how much ETV they receive, and it might actually disqualify them entirely if they fill all their need with loans.
So here's an example of a financial aid award letter. As you can see in the right, circled in green, it shows all the funds that have been accepted by the youth. When applying for ETV and submitting documentation, youth will also need to show that they're turning down loans. If they have any loans on this financial aid award letter, they'll also need to show that they're declining these loans in order for them to be eligible for the maximum amount that they can.
So then the next step, they're going to apply for ETV. They're going to go to our website at texasetv.com. There we have our applications and all the necessary documents that they need. Any documents that they have to download from our website, we do have a sample there already filled out so they can see what that looks like. We have all the allowable expenses, the directory of an online directory of schools where they can look at by region. We do feature a school of the month, just kind of showing them schools that we've worked with that have excellent resources and good things for their students that are foster care alumni. All of our success stories. We also have a new chat feature. So if you're on our website and you have any questions, or if you have questions about how to fill out the application, just click on that bottom right-hand corner, that blue chat box, and you can chat with one of us from our office, and we can help you with anything there. Just keep in mind, due to HIPAA, we can't answer personal questions about an individual student's application. They do need to talk to their coordinator for that. But otherwise, if you have general questions about ETV or our website, please talk to us on chat.
And here are some of the application deadline reminders. Right now, we're accepting summer applications through July 31st and fall applications through October 31st. Our application deadlines for fall would be October 1st, for spring, March 1st, and summer for July 1st. Now, students will also have to turn in supplementary documentation along with the application. However, these deadlines are only for the application. So as long as they have their application in by these dates, they should be okay. There's always extensions as well. We always encourage youth just to apply, even though they may have passed the deadline. Just apply and get in touch with the coordinator, and they'll be able to point the student in the right direction.
So the next, students will need to turn in their supplementary documents. So the very first time they apply for ETV, they're going to complete their initial application. They can do that online or they can download it. We, of course, would prefer them do it online. That way we don't have to read their handwriting. The next two items there, the DFPS verification of eligibility and the tuition and fee waiver, they would need to get from their DFPS PAL worker. And so that's whatever region they're from, whoever their PAL worker is. And if you need help getting in contact with, if they're not sure who that is, we can help you guys find out who they need to talk to. That verification of eligibility is what lets us know they're eligible. BCFS does not determine that. That's done by the Department of Family and Protective Services. And as long as that is filled out by an appropriate person with the department, then we're good to go. Then we need a copy of their tuition and fee waiver letter. Next, we also need a copy of their financial aid award letter, which they can get either in the letter form that they'll get in the mail or online in their student portal. And we need to see what was accepted. Then we need a current class schedule, either showing that one dual credit class, or that they're taking 6 hours of college classes, or that they're in an adequate technical vocational program. And then the budget worksheet and request of funds are two documents they download from our website. And again, there will also be a sample there pre-filled out, and we'll go over those in just a second.
Okay, here's an example of a class schedule. This class schedule has everything that our ETV coordinators would need. It has first and last name, it has the semester the student is applying for, and it has the number of credit hours. But as you can see, this student would not be eligible because they're only taking 5 credit hours. Our coordinators are really good about working with our students to make sure that they become eligible. So it wouldn't be like our coordinators would see this and just let it go. They would contact the student and talk about options for getting more credits to make them eligible for the ETV program.
So the budget worksheet is, again, a document that they download from our website. The thing is, it's not set in stone. This is a plan for how the student is going to spend their ETV funds. It doesn't include any other monies that they receive, like scholarships or work study, jobs. It's just their ETV funding, just a plan for the semesters that they checked off on their ETV application. And if they are still in foster care or in extended foster care, they should not be budgeting for housing, utilities, or anything that the placement is responsible for. This is what the budget worksheet looks like. As you can see, you have the semesters on the top, and then you have the categories on the left. As long as it fits in a category, it is allowed, and you can see that they can split it up however they would like, as long as each semester is $2,500 a piece and the full year is $5,000. Of course, if they're going to go all 3 semesters, then it would be $1,600, $66, $66. And again, if it fits in the category, it's allowed. So like one of our rules is that you cannot use it for cosmetics. But if a student is in cosmetology school, that would be school supplies. So if it fits in a category, it's allowed.
Next piece of documentation would be the request of funds form. Request of funds, in order to request funds for housing or to help pay rent, we would need the first and last page of the lease or a renting together contract, which is also a legally binding contract. We need a copy of the utility bill if youth are requesting funds for utilities. And then lastly, a release of funds to the student if housing and utilities or tuition and fees are not needed for that semester. Okay, here's an example of the request of funds form. And at the top, you can see we have the student's cousin, Charlie, which would be accepting the funds for ETV for rent. That's where we would be sending the funds to. And then in the bottom description box, it says that the funds are for rent. So basically the request of funds form is to tell who we're sending the money to, where we're sending it to, and who we're sending or what we're sending it for.
So just things you need to know, ETV is not emergency funds. So unfortunately the process we cannot speed the process up. They need to get their paperwork turned in as soon as possible. If they are seeking emergency funds, they can talk to their local transition center and see what other resources are available. Receipts are not required, so we actually don't verify what they purchase, other than housing and utility that we pay directly. Unless it's technical vocational school and we're paying the tuition, we pay that directly as well. The maximum $5,000 is not guaranteed. They do have to turn in the appropriate paperwork and show a need with their financial aid application. And if a student only selects one semester, the most they can get for that semester is $1,666.67. It is always better for a student to attend at least 2 semesters. That way they can split it $2,500 per semester.
Okay, and we also encourage our youth to visit our transition centers. Transition centers can be a really great place to find resources. This is one of our Region 8 transition centers, the one located in San Antonio. And actually it's the housing place for our education and training voucher program. You'll also find PAL case managers, housing assistants, transportation assistants. The Texas Workforce Commission has advocates at this location. There's also educational support. We have an education specialist on site. They also have options to get counseling. They have a kitchen just in case they get hungry, and it sometimes serves just for a place for youth to get off the streets and come and hang out.
This is again just our address and contact information for the Transition Center. As of right now, our Transition Center is technically closed. We're all working from home, but you can still call the number and still get a hold of anyone there that you need to get a hold of.
And this is the ETV program director, Monica McDonald, and her information. If you need to reach her, that's her direct line. And there's also an ETV hotline that you can call, and basically you'll call in and select the region that you're from, and you'll be directed to a coordinator.
These are the 2 ETV coordinators for Region 8. Leah Cross handles the first half of the alphabet, A through MI, and then Sarah Humphrey has the bottom half, MO through Z. So, sorry, wasn't sure what that was. And Sarah is MO through Z.
And this is our information, Brandy and I. You can reach us if you want us to come out and do an actual ETV day where we can help students fill out their application on site or virtually. We also travel across the state, and we can do presentations on the ETV program to help students, to help raise awareness for students to take advantage of the ETV funds.
Again, this is just our website again, texasetv.com. Come and chat with us.
And then we also have a Facebook. We encourage everyone to like us on Facebook. We have there's always lots of different resources that are put on our Facebook website for students and for professionals. Things such as National Celebration Days. We'll have success stories. Different schools that are doing really innovative things. So it would be a nice place for many of us to visit.
Okay, well, thank you, Brandy and Drew. That is some helpful information. I know us as professionals sometimes get confused about the ETV eligibility, and so it's good to have that refresher and also to have that accurate information for any youth that may be on today's webinar series. So in the famous words of Benjamin Franklin, an investment in knowledge is the best interest, and the education and training voucher will help you just do that. As a quick recap, you can qualify for up to $5,000 per school year to be used for applicable tuition and fees, personal living expenses, and any essentials that will help promote student success, such as books, technology, and the like. Next up is Healthcare for Youth, and that's presented by Superior Health and the Department of Health and Human Services. Christy can tell you more about our presenters.
Okay, so we have, next we're going to have Alma Aranda, and she has a master's in social work degree from University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Her 30-year career as a child protective services has been focused primarily on serving older youth and young adults currently or formerly in foster care through work in the Preparation for Adult Living program. Currently, Alma works as the Wellbeing Specialist for Region 11. We also have Kristen Chaffin. Hope I said that right. Apologies if I didn't. Kristen is the Star Health Supervisor of Relations Administration. She has worked in the foster care community for over 12 years. Prior to working for Star Health, Kristen was an adoption prep caseworker for Child Protective Services in Tarrant County, Texas. She has been part of the Star Health community for over 9 years. Kristen is currently working on completing her master's degree in social work from the University of Texas at Arlington so she can continue her work with the foster care community. And we also have Wendy Noah. She is the supervisor for the transition coordination team at the Star Health. She has a master's degree in family studies and has over 14 years of experience in both foster care and healthcare. Wendy is passionate about helping youth become both independent and also successful in managing their own health. So we welcome the three of you and we'll let you take the reins.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alma, and today I'll be talking about Medicaid for children in foster care and youth that have aged out of foster care. So I want to begin with Star Health. Star Health is a Medicaid program for children and youth in the DFPS conservatorship and some youth that have exited conservatorship. Star Health provides a full range of Medicaid-covered medical and behavioral health services. And so who qualifies for this former foster care children Medicaid program? It's for young adults between ages 18 to 25, were in Texas foster care on their 18th birthday or older. They were receiving Medicaid when they aged out of foster care, and they must be a U.S. citizen or be a qualified alien, for example, if they have a permanent resident card. And it covers mostly doctor visits, vaccines, drugs ordered by doctors such as prescriptions, labs, hospital care, glasses, dental care for children aged 20 and younger, and rides to the doctor. And this is not an Uber or a Lyft, so it has to be coordinated ahead of time and preferably 48 hours in advance. Next slide. Under this former foster care children's Medicaid program, it provides continuous health care coverage through the age of 25, translation until you turn 26. There are two separate programs based on the age. Young adults aged 18 through 20 will be enrolled in the Star Health, but you can switch to Star upon request. Young adults aged 21 through 25 will receive Medicaid through the Star plan of their choice. Next slide. Star Medicaid, as I stated before, is for young adults 21 through 25 or 18 through 20 if requested. And so Star members get their services through health plans that they choose. If they're new to Star, they'll choose a health plan from the ones available in their area. And the service areas are different for everyone. And it's similar to Star Health. It covers regular checkups, prescriptions, hospital care, x-rays, vision, access to medical specialists and mental health, and treating special health needs. And it does cover pre-existing conditions. So for young adults that are not eligible for the FFCC program, there is Medicaid for transitioning foster care youth. And this is for young adults who are between the ages of 18 to 20, and it ends on their 21st birthday. They were in the Texas foster care on their 18th birthday or older. They don't have other health coverage, and they meet program rules for income, and they must be a U.S. citizen or have a qualified alien status. And so again, the Medicaid for transitioning foster youth covers doctor visits, vaccines, drugs, prescriptions, labs, hospital care, glasses, dental care, rides to the doctor. And again, this is not an Uber or Lyft. You must make arrangements 48 hours in advance. So where should you go if you don't have Medicaid? Young adults should go to the website, which is www.yourtexasbenefits.com. including using the mobile app. And I would strongly recommend that you download that mobile app, which is Your Texas Benefits app. And with using the website or the mobile app, you can apply for or renew benefits and report changes such as an address update. And some helpful numbers for Medicaid enrollment is 1-800-964-2777 or Star Health Member Services number 1-866-912-6283. And I want to reiterate, the Star Health member number is a 24/7 number. So if you need assistance, please call anytime. You may also call 211 Texas to report any changes to the address, check your benefits, or even request a Medicaid card. And when you call 211, it's going to route you through a menu of options. And one of the final options is speak to a representative. You need to identify yourself as a former foster youth and say that you're calling about former foster care or Medicaid. If you're not sure which program, just say I'm a former foster youth and not sure which Medicaid program applies. And 211 is also a resource because it's for non-medical issues. You can look up or apply for food stamps. And if you're looking for a local resource, you can ask for the nearest homeless shelter, the nearest food pantry, housing, HUD in your area. And you can also go to the website, and I've tested it. It's www.211texas.org. You type that in, and then it'll let you do a search. Another resource for our young adults is a health passport. This is a computer-based system that has health data about youth and young adults in the Star Health program. This is not a medical record or a full medical record, but it does have information when they were in foster care on doctor and dentist visits, hospital stays, prescriptions, and most important, shop records, which is usually the #1 reason young adults call me. And you can access your health passport through www.fostercaretx.com. You can actually register for it, but you need a PID number, a personal identification number, and you can get this from your caseworker. And if you're not sure, or you can't get a hold of your caseworker, you can always contact PAL. And so healthcare coverage during the COVID-19 pandemic is something I think that we're all concerned about. And so we wanted to inform everyone that a federal law passed on March 18th, 2020, and it provides financial support for states that agreed to extend Medicaid coverage for clients who were enrolled on March 18th through the end of this COVID-19 emergency. And we don't have an end date yet, but Texas is one of them that opted in. And so it will impact families that are involved in our system, regardless of the stage of service. And so we're sharing this information because we want you to know that children exiting to foster care to family reunification or permanency with a relative that would not otherwise automatically qualify for Medicaid, that Medicaid will not be interrupted at this time. It'll continue to be extended, so it won't get denied. And then for additional assistance, like you heard PAL, they are your PAL. They are there to assist you with information that you might need. And if you're not sure how to get a hold of PAL, you can contact your caseworker and ask them for the PAL coordinator, or you can just simply Google Texas PAL, and it will bring you to the website, and you'll see Department of Family and Protective Services, Preparation for Adult Living, and then it'll have PAL staff on the right-hand side. And then there's also Star Health transition specialists who can provide additional support for any healthcare questions that you might have. And so pretty much that's all that I have for today. I'll answer any questions at the end of all the presentations, and I want to thank you for inviting me so that you could learn more about your Medicaid benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. For all the youth and professionals out there who work with youth and young adults in this population, again, here are a few resources to remember: your texasbenefits.com, the Medicaid enrollment number, which is 800-964-27777, or the Star Health Member Services number at 866-912-6283. Thank you for that. So last but not least, we have one of our new community partners that we are excited to have be a part of this network in this webinar series. We felt it was vital for them to have the opportunity to showcase what benefits and services that are available to youth in the San Antonio region. And so without further ado, I will allow Christy to read the bios of Chris Lopez and Robin Parker.
Okay, so we have Chris Lopez. He's worked within the foster care system for over 10 years. His journey began working as an investigator with Child Protective Services and later became a case manager with the preparation for adult living program at BCFES. Chris understands both sides of the foster care system. Once a child is removed and the time it takes to work with a youth when they are about to age out or have aged out of the foster care system. And Robin Parker graduated from the University of Texas, San Antonio with a degree in health with a concentration in community and preventative services. Robin aged out of the foster care system at 19, bringing a unique perspective to the program. As a former foster youth, Robin understands the importance of having someone in your life who cares about you and encourages you to pursue your dreams. Robin's goal is to inspire youth to pursue their dreams and break the cycle. We'll hand it straight over to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. My name is Chris Lopez. I am the program manager for Through Project.
Thank you. My name is Robin. I'm the program outreach coordinator for Through Project.
And we're just excited to be here and talk about our program. Who are we? Through Project was founded in 2011 by our co-founders Elaine Hartle and Steve O'Donnell. They noticed youth didn't have a stable person to help them become successful and independent. They wanted to bridge that gap in the resources. And what you're looking at right now is our mission statement. So these are the areas that we at Through Project have identified. We want to tackle what we call the 3 pillars, which is education, employment at a living wage, and housing, to make these youth become self-sufficient and independent. How are these young adults supposed to work or go to school without reliable transportation? Or how are they supposed to connect to the outside world with no means of communication? If they don't have a support system, how are they supposed to succeed? Oops, skip the slide. Up. Right. Up one more. Okay. So down. There we go. Thank you. So how Through Project helps? Well, the biggest thing we want to provide for the young adults is a caring mentor. We also want to give them life skills by having events and talking to them about issues such as financial management, employment, healthy cooking, and healthy relationships. We also give our young adults in our program a 6-month bus pass so they can get to work or school. And for young adults in our program, they have the ability to access a cell phone with us. Only exclusive to our young adults in our program, they must be working or in school and be matched with their mentor for 3 months. We also have a housing program for in care and out of care. We recently started an SIL program, and we currently have 4 young adults in our SIL program, and in our out of care program, we have 3 young adults. So here's some statistics about our young adults in our program. We currently have 184 youth that we are working with. And so we're 86% of that are in high school or college. 17% are currently housing insecure. At this time, that number has risen just because of COVID-19. And 53% of our young adults are employed. Again, that number has decreased because of COVID-19.
Okay, so we work with youth ages 14 and up. They do fill out the application online. A lot of the times we ask that if their caseworker thinks it's a good idea for them to be in our program, that they fill out the application with the mentee. It's very important that the mentee knows that they're being signed up for it. If they're under the age of 18, we do need their consent for them to be in the program, or if they're at like a placement like Boysville or something like that. I usually will reach out to the youth. I would call them, explain the program, kind of what we do for them, how we help them. And then they're added to our system, and based on the interests and attributes that they fill out in the application, that's how I match them with their mentor. And then I reach out via email, phone, text to match them with their mentor. Okay, a lot of people wonder what roles are what the roles of our mentors are. We want our mentors to help youth navigate resources, advocate for the youth when needed, let them know that they're not alone, and become a role model to the youth, while also teaching the youth how to be accountable for themselves. And these are some of the other roles that they provide. All right, for the mentors, in order to be in our program, you do have to be over the age of 21, because we do have to submit a background check. We ask that our mentors commit to at least 1 year, meeting face-to-face at least once a month. We do always encourage meeting more. We have several matches who meet once every Saturday. They do have to submit an application and a background check, attend a mentor training. The course is usually about 2 hours long. We ask that they call, text, or reach out 2 or more times per month, so once a week. And then they do need to complete a quarterly survey, which every 3 months, on the status of the youth. That allows us to keep track of the youth as well, to make sure that we know what's going on with them.
So here's our contact information. If anybody has any questions or wants to learn more about our program, you can reach out to any one of us. Elaine Hartle is our CEO and co-founder. Myself or Robin will be more than happy to help. We thank y'all for your time.
Okay, thank you, Chris and Robin. And I'm sorry for that glitch. The webinar isn't as user-friendly as you would think. But I genuinely hope that we are able to connect more youth to the valuable services that you offer. And so now you all have the opportunity to learn or refresh your knowledge of the services available to youth who are in or aged out of the foster care system or have been adopted. And so we want to now address the questions that you may have for our panelists. I saw a few that came up in the chat box, but also in the Q&A. And so the first question that I will pose is for, I think it's for Alma. How are undocumented foster youth assisted with financial aid for school or getting documents to enable them to obtain employment?
Okay, I don't think that's a Medicaid question.
Oh yeah, you are right. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I think that question is posed for Cassandra. My apologies. Or Walter. Or someone.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the questions on the thing. Which question were we talking about?
So there's questions that's popping up in our chat also. And so I haven't even got to the Q&A screen, but this question was posed earlier on in a presentation. But that question is, how are undocumented foster youth assisted with financial aid for school or getting documents to enable them to obtain employment?
That's a really complicated question. I know while undocumented youth are in foster care, the department does assist them with the getting naturalized process. And so they will assist with getting those documents and working on citizenship. Once you're out of care, sometimes that gets a little bit more complicated. I do know that there are specific programs to help finance those students, but unfortunately, I don't have that information handy. It's something that I could definitely try to get to you, Erica, to provide later.
What's going on? Okay, thank you, Walter. That will be helpful. Another person asked how could they obtain a copy of our PowerPoint. I will be sure to send a follow-up email to everyone who's attended with a copy of that. And then as I'm getting information that isn't able to be addressed during this webinar, I will try to also follow up with an email with that information. Okay, so now to the Q&A questions. Let's see. These are more chats. Someone wants to know where the Through project is located. I won't answer that question for you, Chris or Robin. Can you tell us specifically where the Through project is located?
Yes, so we're located here in San Antonio. We serve surrounding areas like Bulverde, Bernie, and New Braunfels. That's as far as we go right now, but we are here in Bexar County.
Awesome, thank you. I'm trying to look at the other questions. They seem more specific to chats or comments. Are there any other questions that, pressing questions that people, our attendees need to be answered at this time? All right. Okay, so unless other questions come in, I won't end this webinar just yet because we have 2 polls that we would like you to answer. The first is audience survey, which helps us get a sense of who is attending this webinar series. This is anonymous because there's also a satisfaction answers in there, and so we want you to be able to remain anonymous and tell us whether you liked or disliked our presentations. And then there will be a second poll that allows us to ask you to add to our contact list, and so that will be directly connected to your email address or what you signed up with to participate. And so this is currently in progress. If you all could start answering that poll now, that will be awesome. Okay, those responses are coming in. Thank you all who are responding. I'll give it some more time to allow others to answer or type or pose new questions. Okay. While everyone is answering the poll, I found a question from our beloved Crezia. So the question is, there used to be a single form that former foster youth aging out would fill out to continue their Medicaid. Does that form still exist?
And this is Alma. No, that form does not exist. We don't require our youth or young adults to fill out anything when they're aging out of foster care. It's an automatic transition. Now, if they weren't in a different type of placement that they didn't have Medicaid, remember I talked about the transitioning Medicaid, there was 2 separate ones, then we would assist them in getting that, getting back on Medicaid because their Medicaid was interrupted. But if they're in foster care, aging out, no, there is no form that they need to fill out.
Thank you. Is the person who's having trouble answering the poll, are you still having a problem finding that? No, okay. All right. Are there any other, okay. So I'm not sure why, because we're getting votes in for the poll right at this time. And so maybe if you look at your control panel where it says, maybe it says polls, click that to try to answer the live poll. And hopefully that will work. All right, we still have votes coming in. All right, and I am still looking at the question and answer section make sure that we've addressed all questions. If your question has not been addressed, please let me know either in the Q&A section or in the chat box. Okay. I'm going to give it about 1 more minute for people to answer the poll, and then we'll end the polling. And again, if anyone didn't have an opportunity to answer the poll before I end it, I will try to find an opportunity to send this out again to all of our registered participants. Of course, it would not be anonymous at that point, but that's the only resolution that I see for those who aren't able to answer. So far, of the 78 people that are, well, 63 of 77 people are participating in the poll. And we have a total of 86 people that are still active in the webinar. So I will try to send that out. I apologize. I don't understand why some people aren't able to answer the poll at this time. All right. So we gave it about 5 minutes to poll. We want to be respectful of everyone's time. I want to launch quickly the interest form so people can let us know if you would like to be added to future mailing events or our contact list. And so that should be really quick. One answers question. All right, those are coming in fast. I'll give it a little more time before I close out our webinar. Okay, the results are coming in a little slower, so I'm assuming that people are finishing up. And so I will close this poll as well. I would like to again thank you, our panelists, for their presentations today and providing the community with this wealth of information. I would also like to thank all of our guests who joined us today. We hope that you feel compelled to continue to join us throughout the week. We have a lot more information to share with you all and show you what the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot has to offer. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and have a beautiful day. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's Foster Care Awareness Month, and we are here to show the community that we are dedicated to advancing the educational and life goals of students with a lived experience in foster care. Thank you for joining the Bexar County Fostering Education Success webinar series. For those of you that don't know by now, I am Erica Buford, your moderator and project director for the pilot. We are happy that you are joining us today on day 3 of the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success webinar series. Today's webinar will focus on the BCFES pilot, collaborative partnership and strategic framework, innovative practices, and also highlight the work of our strategic action groups. As a recap for yesterday's presentation, we heard from Dr. Megan Peel, lead evaluator for the pilot, and my boss, Dr. Tammy Wyatt, Vice Provost of Student Success at the University of Texas San Antonio. These ladies educated the audience with data on foster care alumni and higher education and discussed challenges that they face when transitioning to college. They also gave details of what university supports and partnerships are key to promoting student success among college students who are in or have history of foster care. Thank you both for providing your expert knowledge. Before we begin today's topic, a few housekeeping items. Our webinar is being recorded and will be uploaded on YouTube at a later date. I am also happy to announce that our website, although still under construction, is up and running. Please check it out at www.bcfes.org. Right now, the desktop version is the best version to look at, so please check that out at your earliest convenience. Also, we will be sending a follow-up email to all attendees with the PDF version of our presentations. We ask for your patience and we'll have those sent out by the end of next week. We will continue to make regular updates that reflect our ever-evolving growth of the program on our website, so please check often. We will reserve question and answers for the end of the presentation. There will be a chat box that Christy and Stephanie will monitor to ensure that all of our panelists' questions are addressed. If anyone wants to share where they are from and what agency or organization they represent, please do so in the chat box. Everyone will remain muted except for the panelists so that we can minimize background noise or interruption. Lastly, there will be 2 brief polls at the end of our presentation so that we can get to know more about our audience and also our performance. This will also allow us to collect names and email addresses of those who wish to be added to our mailing list. Please take the time to complete those polls at that time. Okay, so let's begin. So that's me pre-COVID-19. And I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a native Michigander and moved here with my husband and 3 children back in October. I have a bachelor's of psychology from Wayne State University, a master's of social work from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, go Blue. I've taken doctoral level courses in social work research and evaluation and worked as a foster care specialist for the state of Michigan for 4.5 years. After that, I served as a communication and outreach specialist for a campus-based program in Detroit. I have presented for local, state, and national audiences on foster youth and higher education, and I have specialized experience and skills in program development, nonprofit management, research, program evaluation, communications, marketing, and outreach. My research interest includes creating barrier-free education access for system-involved youth, especially boys and young men of color. Also pre-college programming and promoting the upward educational trajectory of youth in care. So prior to me moving to San Antonio, I learned about the Bexar County Fostering and Education Success Pilot, and I was extremely excited. I saw an opportunity to be a part of something great that I believed in, providing equitable educational support for system-involved youth. I believe in this work and the power that it can provide to youth and young adults we aim to serve. We are the metaphorical bridge to make that possibility a reality. I put some thought into what a bridge meant in that definition. The Merriam-Webster definition is a structure carrying a pathway or roadway over a depression or obstacle, such as a river. So I'm like, okay, this is good stuff. Let me Google a little more. And so the strongest type of bridge is unquestionably a trust bridge. I did a little more inquiry and discovered that not only are they the strongest type of bridge, but it uses the least amount of material. It holds the most weight, and straight bridges are some of the strongest in the world. It is not without bumps or potholes and has a few occasional slowdowns, but it will still provide that straight supportive path to one's desired destination. And that is where we are today. I am proud of what we accomplished in our 7 months of existence. We started with this figurative builder's guide to construct this bridge in order to connect youth and young adults to resources for education and provide coaching on the necessary skills that youth need to thrive and arrive rather than just survive. Meaning to thrive in both educational systems and healthily function in adulthood, and not merely make it day by day on autopilot without a clear direction nor adequate support to attain goals and reach their potential. And we have started construction on this development of this bridge. And we fill in the blank pages of this instruction manual, but it is our goal to eventually provide a replicable model that we will enable systems to improve outcomes and the educational trajectories of students in care. There is a powerful quote of the late Bohemian minister, Dr. Miles Monroe. It's almost poetic and says, "You must believe deep inside that you were born to do more than just survive, making a living and die. You were created with a gift trapped inside of you. Your job is to find that gift and serve it to the world." And that is what we are here to do, to help our students find their gift and serve it to the world. So right here you have the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Mission. But what I need to point out is that our main focus is to improve college enrollment and retention and help youth to recognize that attending college is achievable and expected while ensuring that they are academically and emotionally prepared to do so. The model behind the pilot does just that. So our model prioritizes the academic aspirations and pursuits of our students while recognizing the social, emotional, and environmental factors that may create barriers to higher education attainment. Our practices highlights pre-college planning and programming, recruitment and retention, while blending the principles of Casey Family Program's 7 life domains. The model incorporates evidence of best practices across the country, but also on our own campuses. It is a trauma-informed strategic framework tailored to meet the educational goals and external needs of youth with foster care history. Each of our partners offer academic and life skills coaching while providing direct service or connections to community supports in other areas such as physical and mental health, housing, finances and employment, cultural and personal identity, and supportive relationships and community connections. So this figure here represents our strategic and collaborative framework used to ensure that all youth with foster care history in Bexar County are academically and emotionally prepared for college and beyond. It provides a visual model of that framework, and because our primary focus is related to offering services related to education, we have created this partnership and framework to ensure that youth who have that lived experience in foster care have barrier-free access to higher education. At the top of the graphic represents 2 important conduits to our campus support programs and youth engagement. We acknowledge that it is necessary to have a pipeline from local ISDs with the greatest populations of students in care. But additionally, the college-bound docket, an innovative approach that allows for review hearings to primarily focus on educational interests of the youth in care, is also important. Both of these channels create a pipeline to our campus-based programs that are at the University of Texas San Antonio, Texas A&M San Antonio, and the Alamo College District. Because housing is also an overwhelming need for youth who transition out of care and is critical to academic success, our campus support programs offer supervised independent living programs for students who qualify. You will learn a lot more about these components during tomorrow's presentation that will focus on our direct supports. So please join us to learn more. So we will be unable to make all of this happen without our community partnerships and collaboration. Each of these groups have developed a logic and objectives model and advocacy plan to guide their work for the next 3 months. These 6 subcommittees help to inform processes and implement actionable items or deliverables for the benefit of our pilot. This type of program requires a multi-system engagement, planning, and implementation process in order to meet our expected outcomes. Before they tell you about the great and hard work that they have been doing, I will now turn it over to Christy to introduce our first presenter.
Thank you, Erica. Hello, everybody. Our next presenter is going to be Barbara Schaefer. She's from the Bexar County Children's Court. Barbara is the current court administrator for Bexar County Children's Court Division of Programs. She has worked in the field of child welfare her entire career, first as a caseworker and supervisor at Child Protective Services, family drug court director, and now court administrator. Barbara has a bachelor's in psychology and sociology, certification in criminal justice, certification in domestic and family violence, and a master's in social work. Barbara applies expert knowledge, experience, and passion to help children. She works within the community, community, and with government officials to develop and initiate innovative programs for youth and families in foster care system. Barbara has developed and implemented infant and toddler court, family preservation docket, PMC project, Pearls Court, college-bound docket, and guardianship docket. Additionally, Barbara has fulfilled the standards of best practices to the existing family drug court and children's court, which has a docket of more than 10,000 court hearings a year. With Barbara's 20 years of human resources experience, it has given Barbara the ability to effectively work with staff, listening in to their ideas and implementing changes necessary for success in all divisions, programs, and dockets. Barbara lives in San Antonio, Texas, and is married to her husband, Chris, and is the mother of 9-year-old twins, Margaret and Montgomery. So we welcome you, Barbara. Go ahead and take over.
Hi, everybody. So like she said, I've been here in San Antonio for quite some time, working on the docket and listening to what the needs of our kids are. And so I wanted to be a part of this committee because this is the committee that gets to tell the narrative of what it is that our kids need to the general public, to the schools and that kind of thing. So I can't do this by myself. So I have a rock star of a team. You can see their names here: Jana, Blair, Ananice, Daya. We bring an expertise, PR, design, logo branding, media relations. Some of us have relationships with the networks, some with international, some with local, and that kind of thing. So we can try to get that story told that we want for this project. Next slide. So initially when we started out, we started looking at things like this. So what does this mean to you guys? You know right off the bat, you're thirsty if you want Starbucks. You know you're wanting to go to Target right now more than anything. You know what the social media is, and you know that you're going to be able to communicate with somebody like that. So one of the things we were charged with was, how do we get a brand out there for ourselves that the students can recognize? Next slide. And so what does this mean? So when we looked at this as a group, we decided identification was the biggest factor that we needed to have for the students. And I'm going to introduce that to you in just a moment. But that identification associated with the symbols in the previous slide, it lets you know who you are. It lets you know, in a world flooded with colors, logos, exactly who can help you and what kind of resource you need. You put those together and it already captures it in your mind. It distinguishes you from any other program that's out there. It differentiates you from where you're going to need to be and where the student can go to for assistance and help. We also want to implement this so it trains the brain, if you will, on the student. We want to introduce that early on, hopefully within the college-bound docket, and then have that symbol translate all the way through their college career while they're with you on a campus. And the idea is that it can be everywhere. We can make it into an app and you click on it and it's the same logo. Or we could make it into the top of, like a banner to let a kid know where it is. But the idea behind this was we want something that yelled, hey, I'm a foster care student. Can somebody help me? Like, that's the most awful idea anybody could ever have. And so we didn't want to have something that said, hey, you know, label me. So we came up with some ideas that gave them strength and it gave them focus. So we wanted to work with those. So here's 3 options that we went through and I'll explain those to you. Next slide. So here we go, option 1. So we looked at this and we really wanted to talk about how we in Bexar County are working with the education system. So if you think about it, you've got the court system with CASA, the courts, the attorneys, the kids, and then you have the educational system. And never before have they ever had that linkage before. And when we looked at that, we said, how can we best translate that? And we all got to the same place about doing a warm handoff. And so you can see where the hands come in. And then it also was to explain to the student that we're here to support you. We're here, hang on to our hands. We're going to get you through this. And then at the bottom, we wanted to implement the color schemes that belong to each of the universities. And so we wanted able to utilize the power of the color with the symbol to get them to do that identification piece we talked about a minute ago. Next slide. So we got to logo 2. And so this one was a little bit more intricate. I think this would be a hard monogram, if you will. But we looked at this one and we liked that the dove was a symbol of peace and serenity, growth and education. And again, we still incorporated those colors and just thought, okay, it's good. You know, it's really good. It's got the cap in there. It's got a little bit of everything in it. Next slide. And then we got to this one. And so this was option 3. So these 3 logos were presented to the executive team members that are representing each of the partners at the table. And this was the one that was voted on. And as you can see, it's got the same colors and it incorporates the foster care awareness, green to represent education and success. Go to the next slide, please. So all of this was done by Jana at CASA. And what she was able to do was to give you that symbol right there of those colors that will be placed from organization to organization with your seal going in the middle. Like for me, it's Bexar County, so I put our Bexar County seal. The Roadrunner will go in the cap at UTSA. CASA will have their branding inside of it. So all we have to do is replace that. But every time one of our foster care kids sees this symbol, they know that they're part of this program and that they're able to reach out for help. So we wanted a symbol that represented empowerment, the shield, and the cap to let people know that it's a safe environment and we want them to achieve and succeed. So I really, really like this. I hope you guys like it as much. I think Jana did an amazing, amazing job on that piece. Next slide. So who are we talking to, right? So what we're looking at is, like I mentioned before, we've never had a scale or a project like this that I've ever seen or that has ever been done between the judiciary and the world of academia. So we're looking at a national and state level exposure. There's a couple of articles that Dr. Peel, myself, and a couple other people are already putting out to national places to get them talking about what they can do in their community, like what we're doing. We're also talking to our community and we're talking to our kids. And why this matters is we want to have the same narrative going forward. I always say it and people laugh at me, but I can't have everybody running naked all over the place, giving different stories about what it is we're doing. So what we want to do is we want to come with a common narrative and a common mission that Erica said earlier about what it is that we are doing and what we are trying to do. And while there may be a little bit of variations at your respective organizations, the whole idea is what we want to communicate on the national, state, and local levels, and more importantly to our kids, why they can trust us and why we're here and why this project is important. Next slide. So our committee really wants to focus on making sure that that logo is present going forward. We want to do brochures. We want to look at doing something that's on the technical side. You know, where do you go next? What does this look like? And then a layman's term, somebody that's not familiar with academia, somebody who's not familiar with the judiciary. And then you want to take a look at how does this relate to the children that are going to come through here? Is this too much information? We also want to get into a place where we're looking at doing a graphic chart so the kids can have a visual of, if I go into this program, where am I going to end up at? And I think a lot of that happens with our youth is, okay, if you go to the school, are they going to dump me? I mean, what happens next? There's all these questions that they may or may not know about. So we want to get that out there for them. And then of course, we live in that world of social media. So we want to do a social media campaign and talk about the successes that we're having with our youth and what they're having with us. It goes both ways, and we want that to be important in their lives, and then to see the successes that they're having and they can continue to see and give inspiration for the other youth that are not part of the program but may be coming into the program. Next slide. So what we need from you, right, is We need feedback on your youth stories. What kind of resources do you have? And then what would this look like from a youth who doesn't benefit from this program? What was their life like before this program intervened, the past versus the present? And I know some of the people that I've worked with, we've already seen the impact of some of those stories, and you're probably going to hear some on Friday about what it is that we've been able to do. The advocate that works for me is MJ, and she's going to be able to tell you a lot more about these youth. But she talks to me on a regular basis about, if it wasn't for this program, this is what would have happened to me. I can't do it without these people. I can't do it without this school. You know, so those are the kind of things that we want to hear from you, so we know how to make the best story and narrative going forward. But we also need to hear from you too about what's not working. We don't want to continue to do something that's not helpful to the youth. So we want to stay on track with that. Next slide. And lastly, the advocacy that you guys join with us going forward allows us to look for continued funding, right? So we're going to come into year 2, which it seems very fast, and it very much is. Given the situation we're heading in with COVID, I don't know if the legislature is going to keep funding this as we go forward. So this gives us the narrative piece in what we're going to look for with funding within the community, private donations, grants from federal and state. It allows the community to be more aware of this initiative. We're going to have Dr. Peel publish it with literature, with a narrative piece. We will be looked at as a flagship for the national experts and for the state experts coming through. We get multiple calls on what this looks like and what's our plan going forward. But most importantly, I think, is that I've met a network of people that have the same vision and have the same passion as I do in the world of academia and other nonprofits that I've never had a chance to work with, and seeing that come to life for these kids is the most rewarding thing I've seen in a very long time, in over 20 years of being able to innovate new programs. So I thank you very much for allowing me to have this time to present to you the media and marketing piece. And if you have any questions, please always feel free to reach out to me, and I will try to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. We appreciate that. Next, we're going to move to outreach and advocacy, and we're going to hear from Kane Jaggers. Ms. Jaggers earned her bachelor degree in social work from Our Lady of Lake University and has spent over 10 years advocating for youth in foster care. She currently serves as the Independent Living and Adoption Supervisor with Family Tapestry, a division of the Children's Shelter. She has experience in working with at-risk youth on the provider side in schools, and now as a collaborative partner with DFPFS, which allows her opportunities to identify ways to break down barriers, bridge gaps for services, and empower youth to find their voice. Mrs. Jaggers has also presented on multiple topics at the Texas Alliance Conference, specifically around the idea of advocacy, cultural competency, and permanency as it relates to youth in foster care. As a TBRI practitioner, she uses the trauma-informed lens to ensure the needs and values of youth in foster care are heard. Kane?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to speak to you all about the work that our Outreach, Advocacy, and Child Welfare Subcommittee is doing as it relates to the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Program. Our real focus in this subgroup is about education and advocacy. There's a lot of different members within our communities that are being impacted by this amazing program, whether it be the youth that we're serving or other community partnerships that we're building along the way. And the important thing is that we are all aware of the support services that are offered through this program at each university or within the schools that our youth are currently attending. And so we're really focusing on educating the youth, the professional community, as well as just individuals who are supporting our mission about what the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Program is about, the history of it. Why did we go for the grant? What does this mean moving forward as we are working and providing services to youth in foster care? The other piece about education that we're really focusing on is just being able to identify the needs of the foster care community. We understand that as professionals, sometimes we have an idea of what the youth in foster care may need to be successful, but we really want to allow an opportunity to have youth have a voice, so that way they can identify and communicate what they feel like they need within their own foster care community to ensure their success along their journey to higher education or as a young adult and a citizen of the United States. We do that really by looking at different youth advocacy boards, which we'll talk about in another webinar, and how we are building partnerships with a different sets of youth advocacy committees, so that way our youth are able to find their voice as it relates to educating us as professionals about their own needs. The other thing that we're able to identify and learn about is the gaps of services within our community. When I talk about this, and when our subcommittee really talks about this, we are identifying the areas that our youth are maybe experiencing red tape and not able to access certain services. A prime example is youth who have experience in the foster care system but have been adopted tend to not have the same services that are offered to them as youth who aged out of the foster care system. We understand that that is a prime example of a gap of services within that population. And so as our subcommunity group really is working on focusing on identifying these gaps, we're also finding ways to bridge these gaps, so that way all youth have equal opportunity for the services that are provided through the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Program. The other piece within our subgroup that we're working on is just being able to be more aware of an advocacy and understanding how we are all coming together, whether it's within the support systems, within the school systems, through CASA, even our own youth, really teaching them about finding their voice and being a self-advocate, not only for themselves, but also for other youth in foster care. And so we're really looking at ways that we can empower our youth and empower other professionals through a variety of community partners on how we can advocate for the youth that may either be already participating in this program or not yet aware of this program and how they can access these services. And I think we've talked about this a little bit before, is most of the time you will find agencies within the Bexar County that provide the same type of services to the same population. And so what we're trying to do is to outline what services are already being provided within Bexar County for youth in general, but specifically youth who have experience in the foster care system at some point in their lives, and being able to build collaboration and partnerships with these agencies so we can ensure the continuity of those services. So for example, if you have a youth who is in middle school or high school receiving some type of service to help guide them through the school system, hopefully encouraging them to graduate high school and further their educational development in a higher education, we want to make sure that whatever support services they were offered in high school or middle school can hopefully continue on in college. And so whether that's through mentors, through community-based partnering programs and tutoring programs, things like that, we're really wanting to make sure that we can identify those within Bexar County so we can work through that process together. Some of the contributions that this subgroup has really provided, the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Program, is by, again, partnering with agencies within our community. We have a large number of foster care agencies just within Bexar County that service youth 0 all the way to 21, 22 years old. And so we're really wanting to get into those agencies and, again, not only speak to the professionals working at those agencies and educating them about the program, but also speaking to the youth about the program, so that way we are all speaking the same language. No matter where that youth may be going to school, they are aware of the logo, they see it and they know what it's about. They know the services that are offered to them at the different institutions and how they can access those services. We also are really wanting to make sure that the communication that is being put out to the community is consistent and concise. I think Barbara mentioned that a little bit earlier, and making sure we're all speaking the same language. And so we have been able to identify different ways in which that we are going to be able to ensure that communication is consistent and that we are speaking to the right people within Bexar County about this program to make the greatest amount of difference. And as I've talked about before, really looking at bridging the gaps for services for youth that we work with. They are the experts in their lives. And so they are the ones that are experiencing the red tape. They can come and tell us why they've been denied, certain services and what that's looked like for them, how it's impacted their success, whether it's in college or just in life. And as professionals and collaborative partners working on this program, we really want to be able to break down these barriers to identify how can we say yes more often than our youth are being denied for services, whether it's housing services, emergency fund services, things like that. So a few action steps to ensure the success as we continue our journey is really developing, establishing, and composing different attributes to help, again, bring everybody together. Our subcommittee is developing a presentation for the community professionals as well as youth in foster care. This presentation will go over the history of the program, why we went for the grant, the services that are offered, how to access services, talking about a variety of different options that whether on the presentation for the professionals, it'll be more about, what are the options for the youth and what can they do to advocate for the youth that they may be working with. And on the youth side, it's really about talking about the benefits of the services that are being offered. As we know, there's many youth in foster care do not access a lot of the services that they are provided, whether that's because they're not aware of how to access those, or they are a little bit hesitant of going and applying for the certain services. We really want to make sure that we're able to develop a presentation that is trauma informed, but also very informative to both parties. And understanding our audience tends to have different needs. And so we are currently in the final steps of developing that community-based presentation for the professionals. If you or someone at your agency feels like this would be a good opportunity for us to go out and speak to your program or your employees, definitely reach out to us, as we would love to set up a time to present to you all about the Bexar County Fostering Educational Program. We're also establishing training to schedule with different community partners. And so we've met with the school districts and the social workers and the counselors within the school districts about this and how can we train them and really getting the information out to their youth. Obviously, it's nearly impossible to go out to a school, especially at high school, and talk to 3,000 youth that could potentially really benefit from this program. But if we can talk to certain populations of professionals within that school district or within that foster care agency and really empower them to continue that conversation to their youth, that's where I think we would see the most amount of growth and just awareness of what services are able to be provided through this program. We are also composing a directory of Bexar County Fostering Educational Success point of contacts for youth and professionals. And so whether that's you, a student, needing to get in contact with someone at a university, making sure they know exactly who they can go to at an ACCD school or UTSA, Texas A&M San Antonio, or if it's just about a service within our community and they need to access, maybe tuition and fee waivers, who can they go to, and making sure that they have that information. These action steps are what we've been able to establish to really make sure that we continue to move forward and have a successful year and next few years in working with our youth. Some of the outcomes that we are hoping to obtain and are optimistic that we'll be able to achieve over the next year is that 10% of the college docket participants, we want to be able to ensure that they are engaging in this program. Engagement may look different for each youth, and so we are currently working on tracking this information so that way we can again see the collaboration between the different partners within Bexar County. So you can have a youth participating in college docket, but they're also receiving the support services through BCFES. And what does this look like for them in terms of their success versus a youth who may only be obtaining one of these services. We're also hoping that at least 25% of the college-age students will engage in the program at their local school. We want to begin presenting to professionals and youth by June of 2020, so we've already established a few presentations coming up. And we are going to be able to hopefully identify at least 25% of our community partners and have presented to them by August of this year. Obviously, with COVID-19, this has definitely put some barriers in being able to do that. So we're looking at different innovative ways, such as streaming webinars on the training, so that way we can hopefully be able to reach out to multiple people within one presentation. But again, if you're interested in having someone from the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Program come out and talk to your staff or even the youth that you work with about the services and how to access them, please don't hesitate to reach out, as we would love to have that opportunity. Finally, we want to make sure that 100% of the youth participating in college docket are able to have a college tour. We understand that when youth are able to step foot on a college campus, they tend to be able to see that college is not just an idea, but it's a realistic goal that they can obtain. It's something that they can have for them to be able to hold on to, and something that no one can take away from. And so we're working on really starting at a very young age to start talking to them about college. It's not a matter of if you're going to college, it's a matter of when you're going to go to college and what will this look like in terms of your success as an adult. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kane. We appreciate that. Next, we're going to move on to the CLIMB presentation, and CLIMB stands for Cultivate Learning in Middle School and Beyond. We're going to have Norma Davila and Samantha Barton. I will start with Norma. Ms. Davila holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Sociology from the University of Texas at San Antonio and a Master's of Public Health degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston. A 30-year veteran of educational and vocational consulting, she has implemented and managed successful pre-collegiate programs for private nonprofit agencies and educational institutions. Ms. Davila is a committed youth advocate and is dedicated to her career to increasing the college admission and graduation and employment rates of vulnerable populations. In 1994, Ms. Davila founded Education Source, which is an educational consulting firm dedicated to providing a comprehensive series of training activities for parents, students, administrators, and the community, and still serves as the CEO. She also served as an educational specialist for KC Family Programs and BCFES for 20 years, and then was appointed Senior Program Manager of Education Employment for BCFES, Transition Center for Foster Youth in San Antonio, for 8 years. She has experience in budget development management, grant writing, staff training, community building, and group facilitation instruction, and small business development. Ms. Davila is proficient in Microsoft Office and served as an instructor to students seeking MOS certification. Currently, Ms. Davila is the coordinator of foster care support services for Texas A&M San Antonio. And we have Samantha Barton. Samantha earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology in 2012 from the University of Kentucky. From 2015 to 2016, she interned with Family Violence Prevention Services community-based care program located at Haven for Hope. In 2016, Samantha transitioned to Child Advocates San Antonio and is now the PMC crossover and college docket supervisor at CASA. We welcome you both.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? This is Norma Davila. Thank you, Christy, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm going to get started and talk about the CLIMB subcommittee or work group. And we were originally, the target population was K through 12. And as we were meeting over the past few months, we decided to come up with the name CLIMB. And in fact, can you go back one more time, Christy? Go to the previous slide, please. Cultivated learning in middle school and beyond, that's the name we came up with. And I can't take credit for that. It really came from everybody else that's on the list there. And as you can see, we have a wide range of representations from all the partners. And specifically, I have to give a shout out to Cassandra because she and Tina and a couple of other people came up with the name to call CLIMB. Next slide. So our subgroup in our work group, we have two things that we want to concentrate on. And one of them is to really come up with a strategic plan to involve students in grades 8 through 12 who have foster care experience and to expose them to higher education. Secondly, we wanted to develop a programming strategy where we can recruit and identify those young people, expose them to a higher education institution, specifically those in the partnership, to recruit them, retain them, and to actually document their experience with the pilot project. Next slide. This is
Thank you. Thank you. I was on mute. Okay, so our target, basically our target is going to be what we talked about. There's 8th grade and up, so about middle school age. We figure that's about the age that we're really trying to start getting them thinking about college and seeing themselves on a college campus. So when we're talking about the foster care students, we have families that may be involved, possibly foster parents that will be involved, and their educators at the schools. We also have to think about, you know, if they have siblings, what that relationship looks like. We also want to speak out to our policymakers about the benefits that our children have and what we can do to help them get to college from 8 through 12. We talk about child placing agencies, what impact the placing agencies have on our students 8th through 12th grade, especially if we are trying to place, keep it within the same district. Sometimes they're unable to stay in the same region, so that would have a great impact on our students moving 8th through 12th grade. Our community partners, anyone that can provide, you know, tutoring services, CASA through the court, and then of course we have our ACC, we have UTSA and TAMUSA also working with us as well. And then residential facilities, because some of our youth who are not in home settings, of course, are placed at residential or group home facilities. And what will that look like? Most of these, of course, are charter schools, or their schooling might be a little bit different than the traditional 8th through 12th grade that most of our students in family settings have. The scale of involvement that we have here, as you can see, is going to be community, local, and national involvement. Next slide, please. So some specifics. How do we identify the youth 8th through 12th grade that have foster care experience? We have to keep in mind confidentiality, especially if they are in foster care at that time. Some of our youth that may have been adopted, that's a different story. Self-reporting, of course, a lot of our youth don't want to self-report that they are in foster care, or don't know how to, or don't even possibly remember that they were in foster care at some point in their life while they're in 8th through 12th grade. We want to identify school district personnel who can affect change for our targeted population. We also want to identify our community partners that can assist with our educational needs and getting them from 8th through 12th grade and on level with their peers. We also need to identify administrators and policymakers who can affect change for our targeted population. So those in the legislature, anyone that has any change-making abilities in the educational system, those are the folks that we want to be working with on our project.
So how are we going to do that? Well, this is our plan. What we decided to do was to have roundtable discussions with education stakeholders that Samantha just mentioned previously, to remove barriers and identifying foster youth. How are we going to do that? And I think, as you heard from the previous presenter, is we can't go present to 3,000 students, is how can we identify foster youth and outreach to school districts that have a high population of students in foster care, including kinship, group, residential, and foster placements. So those were the first two items we looked at. Third, we looked at reaching out to college and pre-college programs so that our youth would have access to dual credit STEM and TRIO programs. From my experience, and as a veteran in this realm of foster care and providing educational resources, a lot of our youth very seldom have the opportunity to participate in these pre-college programs, and we want to change that. We want to develop an Ask Us link on our pilot website where a young adult or someone with foster care experience can log in and ask a question related to higher education or vocational training. As a lot of you know, a lot of students say, well, can I use the waiver to go to a vocational school? And yes, you can. We just need to find those vocational schools. And then last, we want to serve as a bridge to campus support programs so that all the partners that are providing services, and in fact, those college and pre-college programs, that we can direct our youth to those opportunities, especially those that are in the college-bound docket, CASA, and again, to expose them to the higher education institution and employment opportunities. Next slide. So, how are we going to do this? Well, we got to collaborate. How can we collaborate and identify? That's what we're going to need. One of the things too, from our experience and everyone in the group, we talked about this, and I think someone mentioned this in the previous presentation, that adopted youth don't have the same services as those who have aged out and have PAL. You know, they have the aftercare services in the PAL program. Adopted youth do not have a PAL program. And recently, since I started A&M San Antonio in November, I have several youth that I have identified that qualified for the ETV and had no idea, and they were adopted. So we need to change that. Also, the scholarship guide, as a group, we came up with that need also, was that we need a guide for scholarships besides just the waiver and ETV, so that they can access funds to help pay for books, dorms, and other expenses. Also, as you all know, the graduation rates are low for our population, and we want to change that. We want to increase those graduation rates. So we got to change the narrative. And when we tell a young adult, you qualify for the tuition waiver, and they say, okay, I get to go to college for free. And as you know, not everything is free. We got to consider living expenses, housing, and books. And as a matter of fact, those are the things I'm experiencing now, is that how can I come up with other funds to help pay for the things that the waiver or ETV will not cover. And then the final need that we talked about was connecting the community, or connecting our young adults to community and personal resources. And maybe even they talked about that, yay, we're gonna have a directory so we can have all those resources in one place and share with our youth. Next slide, please. So, CLIMB, our resources, we have an awesome work group. There's quite a few of us in the work group. And we have the resources that we bring to this group, and we can come together, our community partners, school connections. A lot of us have those, like a wide range of a network, child welfare, consumer affairs, research and evaluation. And then we have the community college perspective on our work group, the university admissions process experience on our work group, and then those who have experience with first-time freshmen and counseling to help them with those connections. So as you can see from this slide, our work group consists of many professionals from all of these areas. Next slide.
Great, thank you. And then, so we have some goals. So youth with foster care experience, we want them to have easier access to higher education. And what that means is we want them to have the information on how to get to these higher education or job training that they may need. They need to know their benefits, of course, know exactly what they get depending on what their permanency looks like for them. We're going to streamline the process for all partners involved and create an effective bridge to higher education, again, working on those barriers or perceived barriers to access to higher education or job training. We want to identify all eligible youth within our county so far, of course, because this is a Bexar County program, that have current or past foster care experience. And we talk about past, we're talking about also our adopted youth. We want to connect youth to pre-college or job training programs to get their job skills or to lock in those benefits. So when we talked about dual credit and access to dual credit classes, that will help them help youth in care when they age out to access their ETV waiver, their education tuition voucher early on. We want to have focus groups of stakeholders of what's needed to remove these barriers and improve collaboration among partners. Again, because this is such a siloed area when we were talking about education and the confidentiality that comes from schools and their students, and then our confidentiality that we need to have for our children in care, we really need to identify how we can meet together and identify these folks and not just, again, present to about 3,000 kids that may qualify, when we can really narrow it down.
Okay, is this me, Samantha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, our expected outcomes is that we're hoping to have an open dialogue with the identified education roundtable contact list, which we have that currently in the process. So if any of you that are participating in today's presentation, or if you're an attendee and we don't have your information, please share with us and you can send that to Erica. We want to develop a language so that we can advocate for provisional admissions for our students in the project, and to increase the program participation intakes. As you know, a lot of us right now, including myself, are identifying these students on campus and conducting an intake and kind of wanting to follow them through their career. That has been a process, so we're hoping to increase that. We want to outreach, and of course this was before COVID. We want to outreach to 100 youth in care ages 12 to 18 and introduce them to the project in the first quarter. I think that could be a possibility. I think some of us have been doing that now, and at least have 50 youth in care signed up for Great Pacific College Bound Program cohort. So in other words, we can have a middle school cohort, a ninth grade cohort, and so on and so forth, that we concentrate on specific things for their grade level. Also, we would like to have 50% of the college-bound cohort to participate in a sponsored college event, as we was mentioned in the previous presentation, that they all attend a campus tour somehow. Hopefully, we can do it face-to-face one day or virtually, and then establish a data sharing agreement or process. We have been in the talks now to where how can we share this data and also keep in mind the confidentiality of the population, but share the data and again, across the board where we can send an email to each other with some information about the prospective students to some of our campuses. And then we would like to administer micro scholarships. What that means is that you participate in this program, you can get a small scholarship if you participate in the program or one of the events hosted by our partners. And then to at least contact 50% of the agencies that provide college prep resources, for example, like Cafe College, Upward Bound, Talent Search, those kinds of things, that we reach out to all these agencies in San Antonio, and hopefully we can reach out to at least 50% of them. And that's all I have. I think, do we have one more slide? No, that's it. I will take, Samantha and I will take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Next, we're moving on to campus-based support. We have DeAndrea Davila, Barbara Smith, and Migdalia Garcia. We'll start with DeAndrea. DeAndrea earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology in the fall of 2005 from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. From 2006 to 2012, she worked as an academic advisor for the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences at St. Philip's College. In 2012, DeAndrea transitioned to Texas A&M University, San Antonio, in the College of Education and Human Development, continuing as an academic advisor. She has over 9 years of academic advising experience working with undergraduate and at-risk students pursuing higher education. During her tenure as an academic advisor in the College of Education and Human Development, she was a traveling advisor for both the main campus and satellite campus, where she worked closely with the dean, department chairs, and faculty with regards to student retention, academic advising, academic probation, and graduation. In April of 2016, DeAndrea obtained a new position, Academic Success Coach 2 at Texas A&M University, San Antonio. In this position, she assisted with freshman transitions to the university, at-risk student probation population, and conducted workshops on enhancing academic skills. In the fall of 2019, she took additional responsibilities as a foster coach for the supervised independent living program held on campus. And in this position, she works with former youth enrolled in the SIL program with the former foster and adopted youth who have an institutional grade point average below 2.0, helping to get the students back on track to continue their academic journey. DeAndrea is currently an academic success coach 2, foster youth liaison, and foster coach at the Student Academic Success Center for the Supervised Independent Living Program at Texas A&M University, San Antonio. And DeAndrea believes that student success and retention is directly related to students making connections to their campus and campus community. Barbara Smith is the Senior Director of Transfer and Transition Student Success Services at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Barbara earned her bachelor's and master's degrees in biology at UTSA and has worked for the university for over 24 years. Prior to being the Senior Director of Transfer and Transition Student Success Services, Barbara served as the Executive Director of Academic Advising for 13 years and Director of the UTSA Downtown Advising Center for 7 years. In addition, she has held various leadership roles in the state, Texan, and national NACADA, I'm not sure if that's actually pronounced as an acronym, NACADA, Advising Association. She served as the NACADA Region 7 Chair and currently serving as a member of the NACADA Annual Conference Committee and is the incoming chair for the NACADA Professional Development Committee. She is a student advocate who is committed to student success and the academic advising profession. And our third speaker for this topic is Migdalia Garcia. Migdalia is a passionate peace and educator at Northwest Vista College. As the academic program coordinator, she oversees various programs and initiatives that cultivate strong connections with the campus and community to help meet the educational and human needs of first-generation college students. One of her most rewarding roles is serving as the foster liaison working with former foster youth at a larger city-wide collaborative, BCFES. Migdalia is a member of the advisory board of the Catholic Charities and other organizations like Bampus-SA, who mission work to make San Antonio more equitable. Migdalia attended St. Mary's University for her undergraduate and graduate studies. Most recent, she completed a certificate in conflict transformation. Ladies?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Once again, my name is DeAndrea Davila, and thank you so much, Christy, for the introductions. And so just to reiterate, I'm a foster youth liaison for A&M San Antonio and the foster coach for this SIL program. And today I'm presenting with Barbara from UTSA, Migdalia from Northwest Vista College. And today we're going to be talking to you about our work group efforts for campus-based support. So we've been meeting for the last couple of months to kind of come together to figure out what are we going to do for campus-based supports for our students. And so we plan to advocate for youth by raising awareness and engaging with them. We want to help youth feel connected to their campus, whichever campus they choose. With this in mind, I want you to think about your favorite department store. So the ultimate favorite, the one that you go to all the time. I like Target, that's usually what I call it. Anywhere you go, so as you're thinking about this, anywhere you go in town and any store you enter, you usually know where everything is, right? It's your favorite store. You go there all the time. You don't get lost. You're walking into a familiar place. And that's what we want our students. That's how we want our students to feel. We want them to feel welcome the minute they step foot on our campus. We also want to be that connection to the resources and support services, such as emergency funding, especially the one that we have through the BCFES pilot program, and public agency, community agency services that are available throughout the city, even the state. So as youth begin graduating from high school and seeking out information on attending college, we are very aware that this population, or a large majority of it, that they don't have that family privilege of doing campus visits with family members, talking about admissions requirements, or filling out the financial aid, or explaining the financial aid, how much am I going to get? Housing, right? Living on campus, living off campus, living in the dorms, and then the cost of college even after utilizing the tuition and fee waiver. So this brings youth in as a disadvantage. But this is also where the community colleges and the universities are able to step in and provide that support for all foster and adopted youth on campus through foster youth liaisons, through campus coaches, through campus champions, even our foster care support centers that we have on campus. And this is where, you know, they can learn more about the resources and support services that are available and that they're eligible for. By raising awareness and engaging with students, this will definitely help to close that gap and build those bridges to help our youth feel connected to their campus and be successful in their transition to college and along their academic journey all the way to graduation. So currently, like I said before, I do serve as the foster coach for supervised independent living at A&M San Antonio. And I also work specifically as a campus coach for the FATE Center. And FATE stands for Fostering Assistance, Transitions, and Education. And this is where former foster and adopted youth can go to get assistance on our campus. They can learn about the on-campus and off-campus resources, support services, and connect with the coach, myself, to discuss how they're doing academically, looking at GPAs, looking at grade replacements if we need to go that route, to help them, you know, stay on track and be able to eventually graduate. And so now I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Barbara Smith.
Thank you, Deandra. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be able to present to you today to talk about the goals our subcommittee and work group have established as a result of this pilot work. So the first is, again, assisting the foster care youth, our future students, with navigating their way to college from admission to registration and beyond. We want to strive to ensure the students make the transition to the college, be it a 2-year or a 4-year, understands the differences in their degree and program pathways that will fit both their short-term and long-term goals. We help them understand that just by attending one semester, the student can lock in their tuition and fee waiver for life, and the importance of doing that. Our next goal is we want to continue to reach out, engage, and support students holistically once we've met with them. We want to ensure they know, one, where to go and get help at the campuses, so at any one of our campuses, know who to reach out to, know the services available to them as we strive to meet their academic, physical, and mental needs. We want the foster youth to see us as the higher education navigators that are here for them. Through this pilot, we all know more about the partnerships, resources available, and emergency funding options available for the students. Next, we strive to educate students on the resources available and also help further enhance their life skills. We want them to consider our offices as the go-to place on campus that will, 1, help them identify options, 2, connect them with others, and 3, explain a process or processes that are unclear to them, and also help them become more independent and self-sufficient. So being able to understand where to go find that information as opposed to just asking someone, or ensuring that they get information and who they talk to. So those things that we tend to take for granted. We want to ensure we make that warm handoff when we refer students to other offices on campus or assist students with transitioning from one institution to another, so they may feel and know we are all there for their success. Finally, we want to maintain ongoing contact with prospective, currently enrolled, and students who have stopped out or decided to take a break from college. We want to provide that continued support and encouragement to promote their return to college and completion of their educational goal. At UTSA, I currently serve as a campus champion liaison to the UTSA Fostering Educational Success Center. In this role, I have assisted prospective, new, and continuing students transitioning to and from UTSA who have academic related questions to degrees and majors, or questions related to state policies such as the 6th drop, etc. So now I will turn it over to my colleague, Medelia, from the Alamo Colleges. Medelia?
Barbara. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Migdalia. I'm from Northwest Vista College, one of the schools of the Alamo Colleges. So just being on this conference call, it's been interesting to hear that a lot of our goals dovetail, and that's wonderful because this collaborative has allowed for higher levels of partnership amongst all the higher education institutions. And my experience has been when you get staff together who share a passion for advocacy, there's no shortage of ideas, as we've heard this afternoon. So our work group worked diligently to formulate a couple of strategic initiatives that we thought would be of service and very useful to our students. And again, a lot of these have been mentioned as needs or gaps and also opportunities for bridge. So the first joint initiative would be a resource fair. And at this resource fair, there would be campus coaches, campus champions, and liaisons from each of the institutions available to answer questions and really journey with our prospective students through the whole process, right? So we talked about students having barriers or perceived barriers or not having easy access. Well, something like this resource fair tries to mitigate that. It would try to be, let's be up front and center so that we can be partners with our students. Before the pandemic, we were thinking of hosting our resource fair somewhere like Cafe College, but now we've really embraced the idea of having an online resource fair. So we will be getting together and developing that further, and we will provide the information when we have the dates. Another part of that collaboration is the Fall 2020 PAL statewide conference being sponsored and held at San Antonio A&M. Again, this is another opportunity to get our campus coaches together, our advocates, our liaisons to help, again, bridge and connect those various resources and networks and funding available to these students. We have a few other things that are percolating and that we will keep working to see if it makes sense to continue those initiatives. And as you see, and as you've heard, the last thing that we're working on is creating a living document that is contact information for each foster liaison, campus coach, and any other pertinent staff that would help a student gain access, right? So we've been working on it, and it will be updated regularly. Some of you have suggested an online directory, and so we're open to all of those ideas. So we will share that contact slide with you when this presentation gets emailed out. I want for a minute to go back to Deandra's example of Target, right? So I want us to envision our centers as if you're searching for an item or product that isn't available or that you can't find, we know that a sales associate is there and assists you by calling other locations to secure the item or find out where it can be located. This metaphor works well because what we're trying to do as a work group collaborative is to continue to provide quality care and information for our students in the warm handoff that Barbara mentioned earlier. So as I said, we will be sending out this directory to all of you via our presentation, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Now we're going to move on to housing. We have Bethany Evans and Sasha Wilhelm. Bethany Evans earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in biology from Baylor University in 2010, and then pursued and graduated with her Master's of Public Health degree from the University of Texas School of Public Health in 2013. After graduation, she moved to San Antonio and started a position at a local nonprofit, Healthy Futures of Texas, that worked in partnership with school districts and community agencies on educating adolescents and parents of adolescents on sexual health education. After her 5.5 years there, she was hired on as the Director of Community Engagement for Family Tapestry, a division of the Children's Shelter. Bethany has been with Family Tapestry 1.5 years and enjoys seeing the changes under the community-based care for the youth in Bexar County and all of the collaboration from agencies across our county and state. Sasha earned her Bachelor of Science in Social Work from Bowling Green State University in 2007 and is a licensed Bachelorette Social Worker. She earned her Master's of Science in Counseling with a concentration in Marriage and Family Therapy in 2011 and is a licensed professional counselor. Sasha is the current director did I read something wrong? Director of Student Advocacy Center at the St. Philip's College. She has experience not only in academia, but as Child Protective Services investigator and a counselor for Bexar County Juvenile Probation. Bethany and Sasha?
Thank you so much. Sasha and I appreciate having the chance to be able to speak with you all today. So this is Bethany, so I'll go ahead and get it started. So we know that housing plays an integral role in a person's quality of life, just in general at any age, but we also know that housing and having a safe and healthy space to live can be a major determinant if a young person wants to continue with higher education, whether they're about to graduate from high school and they're potentially looking into continuing, or they're already enrolled in an institution and maybe something has come up with their current housing situation. So our entire group is really tasked with the strategic planning on ways that we can ensure our students all across Bexar County have equitable access to safe and affordable housing. You can go to the next slide. So the way that we are going to accomplish this is we are looking at all youth with a history of foster care in the education system. So that's our primary focus first and foremost, but then kind of diving a little bit deeper into that is really looking at those students who are not eligible for supervised independent living program, because those students may not have access to a safe and healthy place to live, or they may not be able to afford housing for themselves while they're attending an institution of higher education. But we also want to be mindful that we have students who come from other counties and other cities within Texas who may be relocating to San Antonio, and they may be unfamiliar with housing here, or they may just not have the support to be able to stay with a family member or friends and so forth. And so we'll be paying special attention to those individuals as well. And so looking at all of that, taking that, and then looking at the areas that we're wanting to address, the biggest need is surveying our students to really understand what does potential homelessness look like for them, or housing insecurity, what is the real need in that area. That way we can truly understand everything else after that that we need to put in place to support them, and understanding what percentage of our youth are using the tuition and fee waiver as well. So funding, kind of the green bubble, if you will, we want to understand where funding is allocated and how this aligns with other community initiatives that are taking place. Policy analysis is going to be big. I'm pretty sure that in all sectors, nothing really truly gets changed unless a policy changes as well. And so we want to be very mindful of that and looking at the policies that are currently in place for our foster youth. And there are a lot of them, and some of them are confusing. And so understanding why are there certain age requirements to qualify for SIL and age requirements for tuition and fee waiver among all of the other ways that support our youth. Is there a way that those policies can in some way align together, or working with even our other subcommittees and making sure that all of the information is given in a very clear way to our youth so they know what they have access to and maybe what they need to try and pay for, or that we can help supplement. And then the lighter blue bubble, definitely tapping into our for-profit organizations, agencies, and institutions. Grants and local, state, and federal funding only go so far, and we know that there are probably numerous organizations and companies within Bexar County, Texas, and at a federal level, or national, I should say, national level, that would definitely want to be able to help our young people to prevent homelessness and to see them, you know, earn a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree or go on to graduate school and so forth, so they can do the very best that they can and thrive. You can go to the next slide. So looking at all of that, we've kind of put them into 3 big buckets. It really just mimics what the last slide said. So over the next 6 to 12 months, with our work group meeting, these will be the major areas of focus. Research and data are definitely going to hopefully help come from our other subcommittee, that's their entire purpose. And of course, serving our young people. And funding and policy change will come from other stakeholders within our community. We have the next slide. So who are those stakeholders? So we have it broken down into private, local government, state government, and then federal government. And so here within Bexar County and the San Antonio area, we have many different charitable organizations, private donors, and then of course nonprofits. I feel like this may be echoed from many other people. Our nonprofit community is truly amazing, and just our community at large and how they come together and support so many different areas, especially youth. And so we definitely will be tapping into those. Our local government, so the city of San Antonio and Bexar County itself, and then state governments. So our Department of Family and Protective Services here within Texas, and then the Texas legislature will play a huge role in the policy changes. And in Texas, in case anyone is not residing in Texas who's listening to this webinar, we meet every other year, and so the next time the legislature will meet for our state will be January of 2021, and they'll meet through May. So we all have a big undertaking to make sure that everything is aligning for this, for not only our work group, but for the entire pilot project to be able to present to the legislature in what we've been finding and what our maybe current needs are moving forward past the pilot project. And then federal government, oh no, you're fine. Definitely looking into housing and urban development. We're very lucky that we have a nonprofit here in San Antonio who has received funding specifically targeted for youth homelessness and the prevention of it. And so not only the universities, but of course many other nonprofit agencies here in San Antonio will be looking to apply for that funding. And so definitely lots of wraparound services that will be able to be provided for our young people. And with that, I will turn it over to Sasha to finish it out.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Every now and then my mic gets a little sketchy. If there's any issues, please let me know. So our data sources are really important, right? Because if we don't have the right information, then we don't know what directions to go in, or we end up going in a completely wrong direction altogether. So these are a few of the entities that we look towards for collecting the appropriate data in getting the statistics about what is needed in our community and to demonstrate the need that we're focusing on, especially when we are pursuing those funds from various sources. So Next Level Youth Opportunity and UP Partnership, these are organizations. Next Level connects with 16 to 24-year-olds to provide resources to help meet personal, educational, and career goals. They also have coaches there to help the student or the youth plan for their future. And UP Partnership is an organization where their mission describes that they're there to ensure all young people across Bexar County are ready for the future. So they coordinate data, align pathways, and promote policy change to help the young people in our community and our region. So they obviously collect a lot of data as well. Department of Family and Protective Services, which again, if y'all aren't from Texas or recently come to Texas, that is our protective services like child protective and adult protective services are housed there. But as a state agency, they collect a lot of data and it is public data. They have to publish it. So we can get data from them. The Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program, excuse me, coordinated community plan by the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless, which is known locally as SARA. They provide funding opportunity to agencies to design and implement projects that work with youth experiencing homelessness, which is a need across the board. UTSA, School of Social Work, collects a lot of data. Their students, their faculty do a lot of research within the community, and they provide information as well. And then of course, City of San Antonio, which you may see sometimes as COSA or COSA, strategic planning. The city strategic planning is also publicly accessible, which makes life a lot easier for using that data. And then as part of this project, we develop relationships, and that's a lot of what like step 6 here talks about, is that we each bring something to this project. So those agencies that I just described, like we have connections with them. We either have personal connections, professional connections that we can tap into to gather the information that we need, which I think is really important in any, what's what I'm looking for, any task where you're working and trying to serve the community. So for us, and especially our work group, the housing work group, we have the established relationships with COSA and county level staff. And some of these like relationships, like I said, can be very personal. You can just call somebody up and gather some information or shoot an email. We are able to connect students with housing resources because we have that knowledge in the nonprofit community. We have those connections there. We also bring in fieldwork experience. So Child Protective Services, juvenile probation, knowing the steps that our youth go through in these various systems, having been in those systems, and the mental health challenges and resources that go with it too. And then our group also includes overseeing agency to manage supervised independent living, the SIL contracts that serve, and we serve on a lot of different committees too. So in order to be effective, it's nice if our entire group, for example, had nothing but 100% experience just in housing, but we know, just like with our other diagrams, right? Research, funding, policy change, everything kind of overlaps, and they relate to each other and they influence each other, just as does our each unique work environment. And I think you've heard that in the bios of most of your presenters already today, is while we're all pretty much in social services or student services, we all bring different backgrounds, and it really helps enhance the resources that we're able to access and the tools that we can tap into in order to serve students. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is our advocacy plan for the next 6 to 12 months. You can see, obviously, right, we got to identify safe and secure housing for all students who are eligible in the Bexar County and surrounding areas. 100% of the information on resources available is distributed to those students. So we definitely want to get them the information. We want them to be able to advocate for themselves as we're also assisting them in accessing these resources. Exploratory meetings with nonprofits to determine if partnership is possible. You know, there's a lot of agencies that may want to help us or may have awesome resources. Sometimes the relationship doesn't work out at that time, and that's okay. You know, you can still have that connection. Maybe we touch back, you know, in 6 months or near the end and see if they can assist at that time. We got to be flexible in those areas, right? Excuse me. Review the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program grant and coordinated community plan to determine where this project aligns most, and explore options for submitting proposals when appropriate. You know, we have to have stuff that aligns with our current project and grants. It's great if we have a wonderful idea or brand new lightning bolt, you know, strikes us like, oh, this will be a wonderful opportunity, but we do have to work within the frame of the current grant and project that we're in. And then we also want to increase basically stakeholders. So that could be CPS workers, foster parents, placement agencies, the students who are still in the system, students who just recently got out of the system and, you know, have some thoughts and input on it. But we want to make sure that they all understand the availability of the waiver, the benefits, and the SIL programs that are out there. You know, one of the greatest things that I think I've seen in this work is former foster youth who can advocate and help build those connections with current foster youth to help them prepare for the future. It's one thing for us to say it, but if it's a student who just got out of that situation or is currently in that transition, holds a lot more weight. So including, incorporating more of those stakeholders who are there living the experience makes a big difference. Thank you. So, and then step 8, outcomes that we hope to see after completing our advocacy goals in the previous slide. We want at least one community housing partner or resource per higher education institution. So, you know, we have multiple institutions involved in this program, and we want each one to have a partner to help with housing. A 15% increase of funding to pay for housing costs incurred by the eligible students. So that funding, like Bethany mentioned, could come from nonprofits and grants, but we also want to get those private and for-profit entities involved too. That can make a really big difference. We want 100% of the eligible students to be provided with housing resources. So they may choose something else. They could go in another direction, but we want them to have the information. We want them to have the resources on how to access it. And host at least one training open to DFPS caseworkers, that's Department of Family and Protective Services, so that those caseworkers know, okay, when my client is aging out, when they are about to go to college, how can I point them in the right direction? So we want to make sure that they're all on the same page. And create at least one resource for our pilot partners to hand out to interested students who qualify for the waiver and SIL benefits that are available. So something easy that they can access and get a hold of. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, ladies. We appreciate that. Our final presentation is on research and evaluation, and that will be from Lisa McKenna. She started with USA in February this year, so she's been with us just a short time, and we're happy to have her. She has her MS in teaching and learning with an emphasis on human resources management, and BS in sociology, minor in criminology from Kansas State University. She worked at Child Protective Services as a specialist in Yuma, Arizona. She is an Army veteran and has a current Army spouse. Thank you for your service, you and your spouse. And prior to USA, she developed and implemented an awarded grant related to the build environment surrounding specific installations and its ease of obtaining nicotine-containing products to develop behavior-driven interventions to reduce use among the population. Lisa? Lisa, if you're on, I'm checking to make sure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, my apologies. Hi, everybody. So basically, I have a background in doing evaluations of programs and behavioral modification kind of things, so behavioral interventions. So I was really excited to come to UTSA and work on an evaluation plan for something within a community space. So for this, basically the word cloud that I have over here is all of the information that we've taken from our partners about what they want to see, right? So we want to understand is the big thing. We want to understand based on the data and the planning development that everyone has already done, what is going to be the impact of this program. So we want to understand the pilot's impact. We want to understand the process of program development, and we want to understand the longitudinal predictors and educational success for this project. Next slide, please. And the way we do that, which everybody has pointed out before, the way that we do that to show the impact and what we've done is through the data. So that's what our needs are right now, is what we're working diligently on, is the data sharing agreements, the IRB approvals, getting all of that basically put together so that we can take the information that everybody's giving us, everybody's feeding us from the colleges, and see what's working, see what's not working, and then implement different changes based on the needs that we have. The assets we have a great group. Everybody that's spoken today, great group. I'm giving lots of feedback. We're all very passionate about what you're doing, and that's awesome. We have the mixed methods research design, which is allowing us to reach out to different partners and to collaborate with those partners to do something really great here. Some of the risks that we have that we're already seeing because of COVID-19, and then just, working with state and federal governments overall, is time delays. Just getting data processes together, finding out who you need to talk to and all those things. So we're working on those risks right now as well. So based on what our partner feedbacks have given us, this is what we want to know, right? We want to know enrollment statuses. We want the data to kind of provide the support to those indicators of interest that we need to find out about. And so we want to get all that data, and we want to see what it looks like for all of our institutions, and to provide that feedback to our partners as well, to continue to move forward with the project and hopefully do some good and long term. Okay, next slide, sorry. So right now we're right in the middle of phase 2 and phase 3. We're working on, so this is again, COVID-19 is, we're adapting and changing as it comes. So we are trying to develop a way to do focus groups and some surveys with our youth as well as our partners to see so far what's been working, what's not been working, what do we need to look at, what other kinds of collaborations do we need to make, what other ways of tracking would be more helpful, and then what kind of data that we actually need to get and see what that looks like. So we're close to being on task, on track. I'm sorry, we are all on task, but on track. So that's where we're at now. And this is our great team of research and evaluation group members. Everybody's already spoken, and they have a great, all give us great feedback, and we're really looking forward to getting some of the data in and seeing what it looks like, and pushing that out to all our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and for all the other presenters who have presented today. That was very comprehensive, and as you can see, there is a lot of valuable work that goes into the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot Program. We could not make this all happen without some of the speakers and presenters that you've heard from today, and the others that have presented prior to today, and those who will be presenting on Thursday and Friday. So we hope that you can continue to join us and participate in that. We know we are over the time, but we want to be respectful for everyone who has submitted questions and has remained with us during this webinar. And so we want to open the floor to questions that have come in the Q&A or chat box. If you haven't submitted those just yet, please do so. And then those who that have already come in, I will defer to Stephanie first if she's on to read those questions, and if not, we will move over to Christy to start asking the panelists those questions. Stephanie, are you on?
Hi, yes. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? We do have one question, 2 questions. We have the first one from Vivian Dorset, and she has a couple of questions. She says, this is the program pilot. Might it be replicated in other counties? And for now, will there be outreach to bring college-age youth, young adults to the Bexar County campuses and programs?
Yes, I can go ahead and ask or answer that question. This is Erica again. Yes, we are working to hopefully have a replicable model that we can educate or consult other campuses on. We are in the process of collecting valuable information from our programs and processes, speaking to stakeholders and especially our youth to inform us if we are on track, but also having some data to show that we actually have impact and are meeting the goals that we have set forth. And so we are hoping to eventually be at that point so we can help to guide other collaborative or education institutions to do so. And additionally, yes, there is outreach going on for youth. Some of our plans have been thwarted by COVID with the stay-at-home orders. And so we are in the process of looking at ways of how we can continue to engage youth despite the current limitations that we are facing. We are thinking of creative ways of going around some of the barriers that we're facing with students not being in the ISDs, and so looking directly at the court, our relationship with the College Bound docket and the support that CASA provides, and connecting more of those youth to our pre-college program and then thus our campus-based support program. So yes, there's a lot of work going in the process. It's just that we've encountered a few delays and hiccups based off our current situation, but we're hopeful that we can still have the impact that we set forth to have.
Okay, there are not any questions. This is Christy. There were not any questions in the actual Q&A, but there's one other item in the chat, and Peggy was mentioning, I can't correlate which presentation it was for. Might have been for campus-based support. But she said, thanks for a great presentation. I love the department store metaphor. Have you thought about an app for youth rather than a website? Young people are so app and smartphone oriented. Perhaps a pilot could develop one. It was kind of a suggestion question.
Yes, and that's definitely something that we can discuss, especially with our marketing and communication work group. They have a wealth of experience and knowledge that will help youth navigate resources through an app. But also, once our website is fully functioning, there will be a mobile option for them to access information. And I can tell you now, there's already resources posted on the website so youth can have access. But yes, we want to keep in mind the needs and the nature of the population that we're serving. And so that is something that we can explore on how we can provide that option to our young people. If there's no other questions, I will go ahead and launch the polls. While we're launching that, if other individuals want to ask questions in either the Q&A or chat, you can do so. That poll has been launched, and so we just ask that you please take the time to answer those questions. Let us know where you're from, if you like the presentation, and just let us know how we're doing. And so that is available now. I see some votes are coming in, so if more of you can start answering that, that's great. Panelists, you are not required to answer that poll at this time. Okay, we got more votes coming in. While we're waiting for more votes to come in, I have a special request for all of you. As you know, we have a week-long webinar series, and there's more great information to come. And we appreciate our audience that has been filled with different child welfare and education professionals, but we want to make sure that youth are getting this information as well. And particularly on Friday, when they have the opportunity to learn how they can be engaged and share their voice and their opinion and what is needed for them to succeed. We will have representatives from our different youth action boards in the community, but also have opportunity for them to have virtual sessions with the campus coaches to ask questions about program related information, admission information, and just to find out more or learn how they can personally connect with our campus based programs. So if you all can, try to connect youth to our webinar series, that would be great, especially on Friday. I know there's a lot of different difficulties and limitations based off of our current health pandemic, but if you can help to direct youth to the webinar series, that will be great. And we appreciate all of your participation and hanging in with us throughout this long week. It's been a great series, and we appreciate all of your interest in our pilot project. All right, we got about 6 more people that need to respond to the vote, to the poll. And then the second is a interest survey. If you want to be added to our mailing list, you can complete that. If you're already a part of our network, there's no need to fill out that form. But if you have not been connected to the pilot before now, we will ask that you submit your information so we can maintain contact. All right, and the last person is voting now. All right, got 100% of people who have responded to the first poll, and the second is very short. I'm launching that now. Okay, we're about halfway there. Right, we're about 80% there. Okay, and we're going to end the poll in less than 1 minute. Okay, and that's the end of the poll. We want to again extend our thanks for all of our presenters. You all did a wonderful job, and thank you for our audience for joining us. We hope that you can continue to join us. Tomorrow's presentation will focus on our direct supports, our campus support programs, and also the College Bound docket and CASA. So we hope that you can join us. You're in for a treat. Good afternoon. It is Thursday, May 21st, and the day 4 of the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot webinar series. I am Erica Buford, your host and pilot director of this amazing initiative. It's Foster Care Awareness Month, and now more than ever, it's important for child welfare and education systems to work in conjunction for the betterment of students, especially those with lived experience in foster care. We are here to show the community that we are dedicated to advancing the educational and life goals of students we serve. And thank you for joining us. In yesterday's webinar, you heard directly from myself and the specific details of the collaborative partnership, strategic framework, and innovative practices of the BCFES pilot. We also highlighted the advocacy plans of our strategic action groups. The 6 subcommittees are instrumental in the implementation and delivery of services and products for the benefit of our pilot. Their work is vital to the success of our collaborative partnership involved here in the Bexar County area. So before we begin, a few housekeeping items. Our webinar is being recorded and will be uploaded at a later date on YouTube and on our new website at www.bcfes.org. We will continue to make regular updates on the website that reflect our ever-evolving growth of the program, so please check back often. Also, we will be sending a follow-up email to all attendees with a PDF of our presentation. We ask for your patience, and we will have those sent out by the end of next week. We will reserve question and answer for the end of the last presentation. There will be a chat box that Christy and Stephanie will monitor to ensure that all of our panelists' questions are answered. If anyone wants to share where they're from and what agency or organization they represent, please do so in the chat box. Everyone will remain muted except for the panelists so that we can minimize background noise and interruption. There will also be 2 brief polls at the end of our presentation so we can get to know more about our audience and our performance, and to collect the names and email addresses of those who wish to be added to our mailing list. Please take the time to complete those polls when they're launched. So today you will hear from our BCFES rock stars. These ladies work very closely with our students, providing coaching and other holistic services so that our students find their gift and serve it to the world. Yesterday, I likened the BCFES pilot to a well-constructed trust bridge that provides a pathway for our students to thrive and arrive rather than just survive. And the presenters that you will be hearing from do just that. In the second quarter alone, our college-bound docket, CASA educational advocates, and campus-based program staff have served 122 students and spent 773 direct service hours coaching our students and helping them to advocate and teach skills that will remove barriers in education and in life. This is quite impressive considering the short time that we've started, only 7 months ago. I now have a special message from a very important member of the BCFES network. I have observed this man in action and he is truly gifted. Judge Montemayor is very engaging and the best children's court judge that I've encountered in my 10 years of child welfare. He also has an impressive knowledge of Bexar County school mascots. He genuinely cares for the youth and it shows in his approach in the college-bound docket. Thank you, Judge Montemayor, for all you do.
Hello, I've been asked to speak about the college-bound docket, one of the new specialty courts of Bexar County Children's Court. It's often been said that like medicine cures illness, education cures poverty. Well, we've taken this focus within the Bexar County Children's Court to form the college-bound docket. And what we've done is we've isolated or found some college potential, aging or older foster youth, and challenged them on their way to college. We've guided them through high school curriculum to give them the best chance at admission into college and, more importantly, success while in college. We've basically taken the philosophy of treating our foster youth similar to athletes at a university, giving them support services so they can succeed. We have some current foster youth in colleges already experiencing some success, and the college-bound docket, through its resources, is coaching them through periods of ups and downs, through curriculum management, through their majors, and giving them support during the extended breaks such as spring break, Christmas break, and the summer break. If you think back to your own college experience for your children or yourself, you know there were ups and downs. Well, the college-bound docket and its staff is seeking to fill those gaps, both therapeutically and academically. We also have high school youth that are in the college-bound docket, and we are coaching them with curriculum guidance to, again, ensure their success with admission, and even providing to them SAT and ACT prep courses, giving them similar advantages that their fellow high school students may have, that our foster kids should also have. So far, we've experienced a great success partnering our resources with the University of Texas in San Antonio, Texas A&M San Antonio, and the Community College District, along with other regional universities in South Texas. And so far, we've had great success. I look forward to working with all the community here that's involved and continuing the success of our foster youth as they go on to college.
Thank you, Judge Montemayor, for that special message. I will now turn it over to Stephanie so she can introduce our first presenter. Stephanie?
Good afternoon, everyone. The first presenter is going to be Ms. Richie Davis. Ms. Davis is a dedicated child advocacy worker with over 10 years of experience in child welfare case management, program development, and outreach with underprivileged families. Mrs. Davis is also a level 1 fostering success coach and is highly proficient in Microsoft Office. She worked for 11 years with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Service as a CPS specialist. She has 8 years of specialty court experience. Ms. Davis worked with the Bexar County Family Drug Court for 6 years, and she was the first CPS worker in Region 8 to work in the Bexar County Early Childhood Court, where she was the lead worker for 2 years. Mrs. Davis is currently the court monitor for the college docket, EMC project, SAPCR, and guardianship dockets at Bexar County Children's Court. Richie Davis has a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. As Stephanie stated, my name is Rushi Davis, and I am the College Docket Court Monitor, and I'm here to talk to you about our docket and what all it entails. Our college docket is one of 9 specialty courts here in Bexar County, along with the 2 main children's court dockets. And we are also excited to be a part of this BCFES. One of the biggest reasons we are all here today is because only 33% of foster youth actually take advantage of their tuition and fee waiver. And less than 4% will actually graduate with an associate's or bachelor's degree. Those numbers are sad, good but sad, and we are all here to definitely change those numbers and help these youth be more successful. As we all know, our foster care are such a huge vulnerable population with so many different challenges that we continue to see even as they are young adults, and some still remain in care. Those challenges are related to unresolved trauma, all the different changes in placements, which includes changes in schools, which leads to lack of education. They also have fewer financial and emotional supports than their same-aged peers. Our docket was designed to provide support for these kids who are currently in college, as well as our current high school students, to help them have a smooth transition into any kind of whatever their next goal is for post-secondary education. Next slide. Our college docket runs together with Judge Montemayor, who you just saw, who is amazing, as Erica said, our court manager, court staff, myself, and our court advocate, MJ, who is a former foster youth and works directly with all of our individuals that participate on the college docket. Our dockets are held once every quarter, which is a big difference for our permanent managing conservator youth who have hearings once every 6 months. When we have these docket settings, our participants are the youth, which we've been so great in having all of our youth be available to participate in person, as well as over the phone if they are placed out of Bexar County. We have their support system be available as well as their CPS caseworker, CASA, their ad litems, who have been a huge support in this docket, and our PAL liaison are all present. We receive referrals directly from the judges, both Judge Montemayor, Judge Garcia, as well as Judge Sakai. All the children's ad litems are able to refer their youth if they feel like they could benefit from this docket, as well as their CPS caseworkers, PAL workers, CASA, and our BCFES partners. Every youth that has an open CPS case will be appointed a CASA advocate. The qualifications to be on the docket is you have to have been in foster care or are currently in foster care. You have the tuition and fee waiver, or you are eligible to receive that waiver. And every youth will be given an intake assessment and completed prior to actually getting a docket setting. Aged out youth are also eligible to participate. As you can see on the screen, there are a couple of, can you go back, Erica? Thank you. On the screen, there's a couple of quotes from some of our participants on the docket. Our docket's been able to provide textbook costs, grocery bills, and school-related expenses, even school supplies. We've been able to pay for dorms when FAFSA hasn't been able to kick in yet. These kids already go through so much, and if it's as simple as paying any financial bill, we definitely want to take that load off. We try so hard to be that support system for these kids, because myself or anybody else that's gone to college, it's really hard to be working as well as focusing on school. So if we can take that expense and it be a less of a stressor for these kids, we definitely want to be able to do that so they can continue to focus on school and achieve their goals. These youth are able to reach out directly to myself as well as MJ, and when any help or any type of support is needed. Because we have direct access to our funds, this financial assistance is available within 24 hours to our kids on the docket. Next slide. We currently have 43 participants on our docket. Out of those 43, 22 are seniors, which is an awesome number. We are so excited to have our seniors. Out of those 22 seniors, at least 8 have already been accepted to their college of choice. We are also very excited to be having a special graduation for our college docket seniors in August, hopefully. As we know, during COVID, they haven't really been able to celebrate their hard work, so we definitely want to acknowledge the work that they've been doing. We have 2 individuals that are currently attending college, as well as 7 aged out individuals who participate. Our docket has been able to provide laptops to our youth. We've also been able to provide SAT and ACT prep, even TSI prep, and we provide tutoring as well to get them caught up to the grade that they're supposed to be in, or just help maintain their grade levels. We also provide incentives in the form of gift cards, and some examples that we've been able to provide incentives for is YTS seminars that they attend, which is youth transitioning into adulthood. Whenever they go on a college tour or they get college acceptance letters, even grades. Here are some of our pictures Here are some of the pictures from some of our participants on the docket, as well as what the courtroom looks like. Our docket settings are very informal. Everyone who attends is encouraged to wear a college shirt. Even our judge has worn his SMU sweatshirt. We definitely want to make it a positive energy for these kids to be able to attend. We have right in the middle, you can see our round table for our kids. Everyone who is there for that specific youth during their setting is called up, so that way the youth knows that we are all on the same team. It's specifically designed that way so the youth can have that one-on-one connection with the judge, which has been so good. He relates to them and is able to pull information out of these kids because they know that we are all there for them. And all of our kids participate in some form or fashion. And since we've started, we have had 4 different settings. And we actually had our first Zoom docket yesterday during COVID. We had 26 cases that were heard, and out of those 26 cases, only 4 were not able to participate. So those kids, our kids were able to find a way to be available and let the judge know what's going on. If they're having any troubles during COVID, we definitely want to provide as much support as we can. And again, our ad litems are a huge participating factor, as well as their CASA advocates and CPS caseworkers. So if you would like to see our docket in action or participate in any way for any future upcoming, feel free to reach out to me at any time and I can provide you that information. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for that information. Next up, we have our CASA advocates, Ms. Jennifer Crippen and Ms. Allison Martinez. Ms. Jennifer has been with Child Advocate San Antonio for 4 years and is currently the Collaborative Engagement Team Manager. Jennifer obtained her Bachelor of Social Work degree from Colorado State University, Pueblo, and has always had a passion for working with children and their families. Jennifer has experience working as a case manager for a child placement agency in Colorado, as well as experience working as a conservatorship worker, caseworker through Child Protective Service in Bexar County for over 2 years. Jennifer and her CASA team are collaborating with Texas CASA UTSA, Texas A&M San Antonio, the Alamo College District Child Protective Service, and the Bexar County Children's Court to implement 2 new programs focused on helping youth achieve higher education and increasing the number of positive connections you'd have prior to leaving care. Ms. Allison Martinez is the Vice President of Programs at Child Advocates San Antonio. She leads a team of 27 program staff and more than 600 volunteers to advocate for the best interests of abused and neglected children in the foster care system. Allison has a passion for working with children and ensuring that they are given every chance and opportunity for a bright future. Allison has worked at CASA for the last 9 years in multiple roles. Prior to CASA, she was the CPS investigator for 3 years in Bexar County. Allison has her Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from the University of North Florida. I'm going to pass it on to them.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, my name is Allison Martinez and I'm the VP of Programs at CASA. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to share with you about CASA and our mission. So CASA is a national organization. We have been serving in Bexar County for over 36 years now. We have over 600 volunteers, and we're on track this year to serve 1,875 kids this year. Our mission at CASA is to recruit, train, and supervise court-appointed volunteer advocates who provide constancy for abused and neglected kids and youth, while we also advocate for services and placements in safe and permanent homes. Next slide, please. So CASA is the only agency in Bexar County that provides that critical legal, educational, and medical advocacy for foster kids that have been removed from their homes due to abuse and neglect. And so we already had a program in place where we were working with all of the children in foster care in Bexar County. And so joining this pilot program was really exciting because we were able to kind of take our existing advocates and really focus on that educational piece. Like you saw Rushi's statistics about our kids in care aren't taking advantages of their college tuition, because a lot of barriers are in place for them that make it really hard for them to be successful. So we've really focused on having advocates that can help these kids, support them, and identify these barriers to get them into college. So I want to talk a little bit about kind of how we launched this program, and then Jennifer will talk more specifically about exactly what we're doing at CASA. But basically, in order to get this program started, we identified some of our existing CASA volunteers and also recruited new CASA volunteers who have maybe a special interest or special experience working in the educational setting. And they also have to have that passion to work with our older youth. And so their job is really to assist getting our kids ready for that higher education. All of our CASA advocates have to complete 33 hours of new initial volunteer training. And after that, they are sworn in by a Bexar County judge to become court-appointed special advocates. All of our advocates have to complete at least 12 hours of ongoing training, but our educational advocates, 8 of those hours do have to focus on education. And so CASA staff are always right there with their CASA volunteers, ensuring that we help them to be as successful as possible on these cases and making sure that they are a good match for the youth that are on college docket. Our advocates are also preparing court reports for every court hearing. And they're also doing a lot of monthly documentation for data tracking. Also that constancy, a lot of times our kids are moving or they get new caseworkers. And so having that one CASA is really important to just make sure that everybody's communicating well and everybody kind of is on the same path. Our advocates are also attending monthly meetings, again, just to work on that collaboration and make sure that everybody's on the same page and that everyone's sharing information, working towards what's best for the youth. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Miss Jennifer Crippen.
Thank you, Allison. My name is Jennifer Crippen. I'm the Collaborative Engagement Team Manager at CASA. We're very excited to be part of this BCFES program. So let's talk about connecting CASA educational advocates to the college-bound youth. As Ms. Rusi Davis talked about, how do we identify those youth that might be a good fit for the college-bound docket. We receive the referrals from multiple parties on the cases. The youth are then contacted by Rushi or MJ, and they meet with them one-on-one to provide the assessments, and then we meet as a team, CASA, CPS, and the courts to kind of staff these children and see who would be a good fit for the docket. We let the children have a say in that as well if they would like to participate and they feel that they could benefit from the college docket experience. Next slide, please. So how do foster youth qualify for college-bound docket? The youth that we're working with at CASA, we're looking to see that they're a current high school student interested in some type of higher level education or some kind of job training. We'd like to see that they're within range of graduation. Now we understand that due to multiple moves or various circumstances, they might not be right at the credit level they need to be, and that's okay because we have credit recovery options. We ask that youth have not had a psychiatric hospital stay within the last 4 months prior to joining the college-bound docket. We'd like to give them an opportunity to get stabilized in their mental health before bringing them on. Youth that have been identified wish to participate in some type of college, university, trade school, or workforce arena after graduation. They really have that passion and that motivation. And that we want to see that the youth have the ability to attend the court hearings in person. It's really great to get that one-on-one experience with Judge Montemayor. So between CASA and Children's Court, we work to make sure that they have that availability. And then we also like to see the youth are not already engaged in one of our other specialty courts, as we understand that could be a lot if they're trying to attend multiple hearings in different courts. So the CASA educational advocates. Our goal at CASA is to assign an educational advocate to every youth on the college docket that currently have an open legal case. Once they age out and there's no longer that legal jurisdiction, CASA cannot remain on the case. However, some of our advocates choose to remain on in an unofficial role to be an additional support for the youth. We ask that our advocates provide additional advocacy by making sure that the youth are on track to graduate, connecting them to resources, whether it be test prep or additional tutoring, ensuring that they understand the college application process. It can be a lot to navigate, and so any help that we can provide these youth is going to be essential to their success. And then we ask that our educational advocates take youth on college tours to any campuses that they might be interested in or might hold a specialty in something that they're interested in moving forward. We will work to provide legal and medical advocacy by attending all the court hearings with the youth and ensure all their PAL services are complete and that they meet the criteria to receive those benefits like the education, tuition, and fee waivers. And we're also working to ensure that all their medical and therapeutic needs are being met, as we know that that can be a great barrier to them going on to any type of higher education. How do CASA educational advocates help their college-bound youth? We've identified 4 core focus areas for educational advocacy. One being the educational support to achieve graduation, then their placement stability, collaboration, and community connection. Looking on the educational support piece, number 1, is the youth on target to graduate? We need to identify any needs that they have as soon as possible. We want to get them on track and on the road to success. Do they need tutoring services at school or maybe in home? Are they preparing for ACTs and SATs? Do they need additional prep classes? Do they need help signing up for the tests? Maybe they want to get a higher score. We're helping to connect them to those resources. And then also credit recovery. Children's Court has been very supportive, Ms. Rushi Davis, in providing our youth with opportunities to get that credit recovery at school or online. And then maybe for the youth, they might need to look at alternative ways to earn a diploma. And so we can connect them to other means to do that here in Bexar County. Placement stability. We have seen that that is a huge barrier to youth moving forward in higher education. They're so concerned about where they're going to live after they leave care that college is not even on their radar. So our educational advocates are also working with Child Protective Services, the caseworkers, and also Children's Court to identify what is going to be their long-term placement. What are their options? Are they going to remain with kinship or fictive kin after they age out of care? Maybe they would qualify for a transitional living program or a supervised independent living program, which all those entail applications and interviews. And so our educational advocates can assist the youth in preparing for those and ensuring that the applications are done in a timely manner so that they are complete before they turn 18. We're also connecting our youth to such agencies as the Through Project or SAHA to provide them with other opportunities for apartment living to get on their own and feel like they have a stable place to live. One thing that we're always looking at is where are they going to go during the holidays or summer break? If they're staying on campus, do they have a place to go to if they cannot be on campus? So our educational advocates are always looking to help them overcome those barriers. Collaboration. That's one reason why CASA is so excited to be a part of this program, because we have been working towards collaborating with many of our partners here in Bexar County, and this program really gives us the opportunity to do that more on a one-on-one basis. It gives our advocates an avenue of knowing a name and phone number of who they can contact at each of the college campuses to look into more information for their youth. So as they're collaborating with the partners such as Child Protective Services and any educational staff, they're reaching out to the children's current teachers and counselors to see how are they doing in school? Are they on track? What do they need to complete and graduate on time? Our educational advocates are providing the meaningful feedback to CASA and to the BCFES pilot program to better serve college-bound foster youth moving forward. We want to be able to identify any needs or barriers that we have not addressed yet. Our educational youth are going to attend meetings and staffings designated for their youth. That might be something that may not even relate to their education, but is going to assist them in getting to that goal of higher education or long-term employment. And again, providing college tours for our youth. We have great resources throughout Bexar County at the college campuses for them to go and see the campuses and meet the professionals on the campus, actually talk to people one-on-one. And our advocates have been very involved in that and connecting our youth to those campuses. And the community connection. Our advocates are able to provide transportation to the youth if necessary so that they can complete some of the tasks needed to apply for higher education or to attend any meetings that they may have. Of course, our advocates are going to be attending those college-bound docket hearings with our youth to be able to provide the court with an update on how they are doing with their education and with their stability, along with any medical or therapeutic needs that they might have. Our CASA reports contain recommendations to the judge and letting them know any concerns that we might have for the youth that we need to address at that time. Our educational advocates are ensuring youth are receiving their PAL services in a timely manner and that they have their personal documents such as a Texas ID, their birth certificate, social security card, and that they have the knowledge of obtaining their own medical and mental health resources. Those life skills are very important for these youth as they move forward. Our advocates are participating in meetings with higher education agencies, and then they're updating and maintaining the youth's educational portfolios with report cards, legal documents, and other required paperwork that they will need in order to transition to those higher education campuses.
So here's our contact information. If you have any questions or if you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out to either myself or Jennifer. And also, if you want to become a CASA advocate or support us, please go to our website. We can always use more CASA advocates to help us serve more children.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez and Ms. Crippen, for the amazing presentation. We now have next our Alamo College District presenters, and it's going to be Ms. Christia Franklin and Ms. Lisa Black. Ms. Lisa was recently named the Director of the Student Advocacy and Research Center at Northwest Vista College. She was previously at San Antonio College as its founding director of the Student Advocacy Center, where she was in that position for 3 years. The center supports students with food, clothing, emergency assistance, and mental health care. This integrated approach includes a robust internship program utilizing counseling and social work interns to expand the number of students who can be served. Ms. Lisa was at San Antonio College for almost 16 years, which includes being named Associate Professor for Social Work in 2012. She served as Faculty Senate President and was the inaugural Faculty Fellow for the Executive Faculty Council. Under her leadership, the Student Advocacy Center at San Antonio College was named as a finalist for the 2019 Texas START Award, a prestigious honor given by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Lisa holds a master's degree in social work from Our Lady of the Lake University and a Bachelor of Arts degree in social work from Lamar University. She is a licensed social worker and specializes in crisis intervention and suicide prevention. Ms. Crisia Franklin has a Bachelor of Art in Criminal Justice and a Bachelor of Art in Public Administration from the University of Texas at San Antonio. She is also a nationally certified nonprofit professional. Crisia was the youngest constituent appointed to serve as a council member for the Texas Department of Family and Protective Service by Governor Rick Perry in 2013 and by Governor Greg Abbott in 2015. Moreover, Crisia is currently a member of Senator Jose Mendez' Blue Ribbon Task Force, which aims to prevent child abuse and neglect. Crisia is a long-time advocate, passionate about advocating for the rights of youth, foster youth in the child welfare system and those who have aged out. She has served as a keynote speaker, guest speaker, and panelist at several conferences at the local, state, and national level aimed at addressing underserved population. Moreover, Ms. Franklin has been a mentor to young adults at the Bexar County Juvenile Probation Department, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, as she believes it is the great merits of mentorship. Furthermore, Crisia has collaborated with dozens of local nonprofit organizations to share her expertise on foster youth in the child welfare system. Knowing the value and advantage of an education, a former foster youth herself, Crisia was a champion for the Bexar County Foster and Education Success Pilot Program. Currently, Crisia is a student care advocate for former foster and adopted students enrolled at the Alamo Colleges. She is also working towards obtaining her master's degree in social work from the University of Texas at San Antonio and is on track to graduate in summer 2021. Most proudly, Crisia is a full-time dedicated mother to two beautiful children who she loves and adores very much. Thank you, ladies, for joining us.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you so much, everybody, for having us today. I just want to start off by giving a fair warning, kind warning, to please excuse my two young ones that you may hear in the background from time to time. COVID means having my children at home because the daycares are closed. Nevertheless, again, thank you for being here. Today, we're going to talk about direct support within the Alamo Colleges District, former foster youth support services. This first slide, I wanted to share this really powerful quote. It's very simple, which says that no voice is too soft when that voice speaks for others. And today, I'm very humbled and happy to share this slide with Lisa Black. So Lisa, please be my co-host of honor.
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. So this first slide is student outreach. So the way we reach out to students at the Alamo Colleges District is by connecting with community partners. Those community partners are DFPS, SIL programs, BCFES, CASA, Through Project. The way we can do that is the foster youth who are aging out from CPS, we connect with those youth, whether DFPS reaches out to us or those youth hear from us through word of mouth, through foster parents who may be more active in the community, who are more aware of our programs. For the SIL programs, since we are a community college, a lot of students come to our college and then they transfer out. So for example, I have a student right now who's looking to transfer to A&M in a year, and he is currently in one SIL program, and so we're working on a plan to get him into to transition into another SIL program when he transfers from SAC and goes to A&M San Antonio. So it's making sure that they have a plan in place when they transition from one place to another, if the current plan in place is no longer an option or won't be an option then. BCFES, we know that they serve as a one-stop shop to youth currently in care and up to the age of 21, getting those services in place. So we know that as the hub, and we know that they're a good source of information and a good place to reach out to youth as well. This flyer to the right that you see, this is a sample of a communication that we sent out to students at the Alamo Colleges District. So going down further for student outreach, another way that we do that is attending foster youth events. So whether those are conferences that are hosted in the community or by other agencies, again, like CASA or Roy Moss, St. PJ. So those community events, we try to get involved in those. Connecting with internal departments, admissions and financial aid. A lot of times students don't always feel comfortable disclosing that they were formerly in foster care, believe it or not. And even though they may have the access to the tuition and fee waiver, they may not utilize it, and sometimes they're not even aware that they are eligible for it. Some students do fall between the cracks and they slip. And that's the purpose of these mass communications that we send out. This communication that we send out, again to the right, allowed us to be able to identify youth who we hadn't previously reached out to or who weren't on our radar. So for example, I have 10 youth currently at SAC who were not on our list as using the tuition and fee waiver, but qualified as students eligible to be participants in the Bexar County Fostering Educational Success Pilot Program. So other means of mass communication besides email would be text messaging. We have a specific program that we use to reach out to hundreds of students at one time. It could be thousands. That's the capacity that that program software system allows us to reach out to students at. Phone calls, and even virtual communications like Zoom. So we're able to do that. Next slide, please.
This is just, hi, this is Lisa, just to give you a sense of what an onboarding process looks like for a first-time student. And I guess at first glance, I think if you're an organized person and you have a lot of structure in your life and maybe a support team around you, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seems pretty clear, but for students, it can be really challenging. And a student can get stuck on any one of these steps. But it does provide a picture of what it takes to get through, and that's why, you know, members of the team like Crizia, who are there for the student, there to walk them through processes and make sure that if they have questions, they're not stuck in spaces that are easily solved. If only you had all the answers, right? We don't always have all the answers, but we are able to collaborate with colleagues on the campus and really advocate for the student when they need us. If you want to go to the next slide.
So how we support students in college. So part of the eligibility requirements to be a participant in the pilot program would be that a student would have aged out of the foster care system or would have been an adopted youth, currently utilizing the tuition and fee waiver. They could be a youth who aged out in Texas or another state. I also have a student who aged out of aged out in Missouri, actually. So I coordinated, I saw Gabe Opat is on this call. Shout out to Gabe Opat from BFPS. And she was very kind enough to help me and assist me in reaching out to other individuals to verify that she was actually in care. So, you know, going out and beyond, above and beyond to verify that the student does meet the requirements to ensure that that they have the eligibility requirements because of the funding sources that we do receive from the legislature. So while we do want to help everybody and all of the students, we also want to make sure that we are upholding all of the standards in place. So ways that the youth can access these benefits. The first thing that they need to do is, so if they're not familiar with the program, again, this is our first year in the Alamo Colleges District, is right now we're doing our best to reach out to the students. We're sending out the mass communications, we're getting in touch with partners in the community, we're doing these webinars, we're sending letters, we're doing phone calls, but other ways, it is just individuals, you all, letting the foster youth know even now while they're in care, hey, there's a pilot program at the Alamo College District, there's a pilot program at A&M, at UTSA, and they are there specifically to serve you as a former foster youth. That's how you can let them know that we're there to help them. And then they know that when they come to us, we are there and ready to help them. And that's how they can come and access benefits. And some of those services and support that we are able to offer them is that when they get to us and they're at our colleges, we can help them from the start. We can help guide them from simple things like, hey, let me help give you a campus tour. Let me connect you with your advisor when you have struggles with your grades. Let me show you where you can go to meet with the bursar's office to turn in your tuition and fee waiver letter, things like that. Some of the other services that we provide are emergency funding. Right now, we have a $300 per academic year emergency funding source. We recently did get awarded another generous grant from a donor, which leaves room for additional emergency funding, and that's great. So things like that may also leave flexibility for other assistance. There's also times when there are youth currently in the colleges who are under the age of 26 that are not accessing their Medicaid. And so when we do initial intakes, we're asking those questions. Do you currently have insurance? Are you utilizing your insurance? And if they're not, then I'm meeting with them, following up with them to ensure that they're accessing those services and that we're giving them that support that they need. With that comes the student advocacy centers. The student advocacy centers are where each of the student care advocates are housed. We are housed at the student advocacy centers on each of the campuses, which we'll go into more in a little bit. But the student advocacy centers serve as a great source of information, additional services and support. And that is, it's just a big bubble of resources. For additional information for points of contact on here, I know it's a little hard to see, and I'll share everybody's information at the end. On the left, as you can see, we have one student care advocate who serves at 3 campuses, and that's Michael de la Cruz. I serve at SAC. We have Veronica Espinosa, who serves as the outreach coordinator, and we recently hired a new individual, Valdemar Garcia, who's now working at Northwest Vista College. Next slide, please. Lisa?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I live next to a flight line, so if you hear an airplane, forgive me. We wanted to give you a picture of kind of the genesis of the student advocacy centers and what they provide to the students across all 5 colleges. On the left is some data from last year, but this data is repeated. We did it also in the fall of 16. And what we found from both of those surveys across the 5 colleges is that our students are at about a 50% food insecurity rate. Of those students who are food insecure, and of course that would include former foster youth, it would include everyone, only 23% of them were receiving SNAP benefits. 60% reporting being housing insecure, and in the previous year, 17% reported homelessness. And of the students who are homeless, only 5% were receiving benefits. So that data is reflective of the community we serve in. I don't need to tell you guys about the poverty rate in San Antonio and about the economic segregation in our community. We're just a reflection of that. It's not a problem that's unique to the Alamo colleges, but it's one that we've taken a unique approach to. The Board of Trustees has taken a tremendous interest, along with our chancellor, in the idea of ending poverty through education. On the right-hand side, you can see there are a set of core services that all students will have access to through the Advocacy Center. Food, of course, makes sense. If you think about Maslow, we take a very Maslow's approach. It's not fancy, but food, shelter, and clothing, everything comes after those things, even college. What's challenging in this COVID environment is how do we continue to do that work when you can't send food by Zoom? Boy, does that make things tough. And so we are working really hard to address each of these programmatic areas. Most of the work we're able to do in case management and counseling, we are able to continue. We address housing insecurity for students, and some of the colleges have closed closets. Not all of us are there yet, but of course we can't access them right now. We really believe in an integrated approach. Mental health, physical health, your basic needs, those things sort of they work together to create stability for individuals and families. And then of course we care about things like access and equity. It is a very exciting time to be a part of a community college when our sort of social justice mission is becoming more clear than ever, and making sure that you know, students have access to daycare, book vouchers. We know that math is not the core of why students don't progress. It's not been my experience over the years. Although math is challenging, many subjects are challenging. What we find is that the students' lives and the choices that they're forced to make around college attendance or non-attendance, we've tried to add a third option, right? So it shouldn't just be drop out or stay in, but how about you stay in and we come alongside you and help to provide some of the resources that are missing. If you want to go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is just a real short way to describe a beautiful system that each of the 5 colleges employs, and that is this integrated case management mental health approach. We know that it is important that your mental health be minded and that your basic needs be met. It has a very strong emphasis on holistic assessment. I can't say enough about that. We could do a whole nother presentation on our assessment strategy. We try to really know the student, and we try to be students of the student. We don't assume that a presenting problem is enough information to help us understand how it is that we can best support a student. That really helps us reduce problem-based crisis intervention, which is exhausting to staff and it's exhausting to people who need help. If I play whack-a-mole with addressing what's in front of me, then I miss the opportunity to plan long-term or to be proactive and look at things that are coming down the road. And that takes some practice. It takes some practice for the teams that are providing the help, and it also takes practice for the students who are receiving this assistance. When you're in crisis, you're thinking about that crisis in that moment. So we have to have an assessment process that allows for triage, like we have to deal with that crisis that's in front of us, but we don't ever want to forget to come back to that bigger picture of how we can holistically support the student's ecosystem. We, of course, address the whole person, and maybe my favorite part of this is that it's relational and not transactional. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been a social worker for 26 years. I've only ever practiced in San Antonio. And, you know, I've been at varying organizations. I've been at different developmental places my own self, but really avoiding this idea that if I have a good website and a good list, then surely that's good help. You want those things. They're really important to have. But a relationship with that student, that human being that we're trying to help, is so much more important, and it really gives us such a much more nuanced picture of the need. And it doesn't assume that they speak the same language, that they have the same education level, that they understand the challenges that are in front of them, because as you know, as I know, as we all know as practitioners, oftentimes there can be help out there, but accessing it is not so easy. And then we try to employ a real deep understanding of human behavior and change theory. And the reality is that when students are in distress, when people are in distress, they're not their best selves. And so we try not to take that personal. We really train toward understanding the sort of reasons maybe behind the behavior and how best interventions can be adjusted to support the imminent need of the student.
Okay, so we're going to talk about now about former foster youth, hashtag college struggles. So according to the American Council on Education, between 20 to 25,000 young adults age out of foster care each year. We know that there's a wide gap in post-secondary educational attainment between youth in foster care and other young adults in general. Former foster youth face disadvantages from the start. We have a lack of parental support. There's confusion when exploring higher education options and navigating through the college application process. There's a need for emotional support to cope with the academic demands and the social stresses related to the college life. Youth in care are and may not be aware of their eligibility for financial aid from federal and state programs, private scholarships, or don't have someone to assist them with the application process. I know sometimes that's kind of hard to believe, because we're like, well, we help them, we provide services, we have this person in place. I know. But it happens all the time. This is facts of life. This still occurs every year. Somebody doesn't have it or doesn't know, and so there's just room for improvement. Some former foster youth may be unprepared for college level work. This happens because a lot of youth in care experience frequent placement changes. And what does that mean? I don't know the most up-to-date statistics on that, but I can tell you when I was in foster care, at that 10 years ago, it was for every move, we fell behind 6 to 8 months in education. And so that tells you a lot. So that put us, if I moved 5 times in a year, well, I was really behind in class. What that means is that when we're, if we get to high school and we graduate, then when it's time for college, you know, we might be taking remedial classes upon college acceptance, which means that we may be in college a lot longer than the average student, or we may be taking the same classes more than once, and that's a struggle. Just think about as a person, as an individual, or think about yourself when you went to college and you're in a class and you're thinking, oh my gosh, am I really here right now? Am I smart enough to be here? How did I get here? I know I felt like that in a class, and then I heard everybody talking and I was like, hey, I'm in good shape. I am right where I'm supposed to be. I'm just as smart as everybody here. So the facts of the matter are that they deserve to be there too. Non-academic challenges can also be a barrier to educational attainment for youth in foster care while they're in college. These things are mental and behavioral health problems because of a discontinuation of treatment following them aging out of foster care. This happens a lot of foster youth we age out of care and we're like, peace, we're out, we want nothing to do with the system, we want no attachments, Medicaid falls through, we don't follow up with services, things like that. And that's really important, and that's why we need support. And I keep saying we because I'm a foster youth for life. That's a title that doesn't go away, so forgive me. This is important, and those are really big barriers to college, to obtaining a degree in college, because we know if you're not taking care of yourself, then it's hard to get an education. Some of the other things are lack of affordable housing or access to supervised independent living programs, and high rates of early parenting among foster youth. Next slide, please. Since being at SAC, we've had some really great turnout so far with the work that we've done. These are some student testimonials, and I want to read just a couple from some of the students, just for you to kind of gauge the kind of services that we're providing. And this is one of the quotes from a student who was having a really hard time. She was living in an environment with 7 other sisters. She was adopted with these sisters. They were really negative. She sounded really familiar to a similar situation that I came from. She was the quote unquote good girl, and everybody else kind of went in a different rail, and she was feeling pressured to kind of go that route. So she had to up and leave overnight. And she said, this program came as a shock. I didn't know I could get help like this. As I told Cristian, I was put in a situation where I didn't feel safe and needed to go off on my own. I felt worried it was me too, and that I was doing something wrong, always stressing, and she reassured me that I was going to be okay. I feel better now knowing that I have assistance. She actually helped me get some food. I had been eating soup and corn for a couple of days since I had put a deposit and paid all my rent at once. I wouldn't have been here, and she has helped me and taught me so much. I am very appreciative of all the help, and she helps me a lot. And then we have one, just another one that I wanted to share. This is from an employee, because I think another way to gauge how we do and our performance is, you know, something about former foster youth is that we're never afraid to share how we feel. And if you work with foster youth and you know that, whether it's good or bad, we'll always say what we have to say. So it was nice to get feedback from this employee. She emailed me one day and told me that she was talking to a student, and she said, when I called the student, she said you were amazing, and that she feels like you actually care, and feels like you listen very attentively to everything she says, and that she really appreciates you, so kudos. And that's nice to hear, because that's coming from a third person, from a student. And sometimes you don't always hear those things directly, but it's nice to know that the student felt that way and felt comfortable enough letting somebody else know how she felt receiving services. Next slide, please. I want to share a quick video. I think it ties into being an advocate. I'm so embarrassed to share this video, but I thought it was important. So can you click on this for me, please, Erica?
During this troubling time, KSAT is right here with you, keeping you informed so you can keep your family safe.
Common sense, smart actions.
We must all do our part. On air, online, and streaming. KSAT is right here with you.
Bexar County Child Protective Services and other child advocate groups met today in San Antonio. Their mission? To lay the groundwork to find forever homes for foster kids. Alex Schreck introduces us to one person who has been both an advocate and a foster child in need.
Everybody wants to be a part of a family.
Cristian Ramirez serves as a council member for the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. This event she's speaking at is designed to figure out how to best get kids into forever homes. She knows the system well. She grew up in it.
I was in foster care from age 2 to 18, so 16 years.
A whole lot of different stakeholders at this year's permanency event, everyone from judges to people who work for adoption agencies. They say the whole point is to get kids who need a home, a permanent home.
I was in over 50 foster homes.
The now expectant mother says a rough stretch as a juvenile delinquent derailed her, at least until love prevailed.
My foster parents were able to display their true love and affection for me by seeing me through my hard times.
Ramirez graduated with degrees in both criminal justice and public administration. She's since worked with kids in need for about 8 years. Her suggestion to those considering making their home a forever home, the entire picture, not just a glimpse.
You need to come in and with open arms and embrace me and take me as I am, instead of looking at what was written in paper in black and white from 3 years ago. And ultimately, it's opening up your heart and being open-minded, because if you come in to a situation biased, then it's already a bad start.
Alex Schreck, KSAT 12 News.
A department.
And the reason I shared that video and thought it was important to share is because that goes back to talking about my foster parents and how they were an advocate for me during a rough time in my life, and they didn't give up to me. So we talk about the why behind the who. why do we do this? We do it because the students need us. They need us to be successful. They need us to finish college. We do this for them. We do this for the former foster youth who faced multiple adversities while in the foster care system, who continue to struggle even after they age out. And this is why we're doing it. We're doing it. We have a specific mission, a specific purpose in this pilot program. And our goal is to get more former foster youth to graduate from college, and that's the goal. So this is going to require us to go above and beyond. It means, you know, sometimes working late, working past 5 o'clock. This means, you know, like I said with Gay, the example I gave earlier, harassing another worker. I mean, not really, right? But just continuously emailing her so that I can get the verification that I need to help serve a student who's now at my college, so that to give her the services that she needs, so that she can be successful. So this also means setting realistic expectations with those students. So letting them know, hey, I'm here to help you. I want to see you do well, but also putting boundaries in place and letting them know, I want to help you do well and I want to see you succeed, but there's also, you also have to do this work. One of my professors taught me, you should never be working harder than the client. And I think that's important. But I do think that sometimes there's going to be some times where we have to really take them by the hand, because when you think about the walks of life that we have been through as former foster youth, there are some things we really do not know. It's not that always that we're being lazy or that we don't want to do it. It's the lack of education, and there's nothing wrong with going through the whole process with them one time so that they know how to get it done themselves the next time. The next thing was, it may sound crazy, but it's probably real. I'm sure there are many of you who have heard somebody tell you something and it sounds so bizarre. It's just so crazy. You probably don't believe it, and you're whispering to yourself in your mind, like, this is so made up, or, you know, they really drag that out. The fact of the matter is that most of the times, believe it or not, it's real. It's a real situation. I myself, I had an interview for my practicum this year, and the more comfortable that my field instructor got with me, she later ended up telling me that when she did my interview, she said, I could not believe all the stuff you were telling me. I thought half of the stuff was made up. And the more I got to know you and the more I got to talk to other people, I realized that every single thing you told me was true. And I said, yeah. I said, that's how crazy my life is. That's how many things I've been through. That's how much experience I have. And that's what students go through. They have gone through so many experiences that really have caused them to age and experience things more than people twice their age. And so just give them the benefit of the doubt, just stop and listen, and trust but verify. That's my advice to you. Communication is key. The way that we like feedback, the way that we appreciate communication, I encourage you to do the same with students. So staying in touch, doing weekly check-ins, that's what I do with my students. They appreciate it. In fact, if I'm 5 minutes late for a check-in, sometimes as I get so caught up in a Zoom meeting for work, they're emailing me, and I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. I think that means that they look forward to hearing from me. Advocate. Some of the biggest tips that I can give you for being an advocate is to listen. Listening is the best way to advocating, because listening is an effective a strategy. That means that you have to focus on the student, trying to see things from the student's perspective so that you can act out in their best interest while also remaining sensitive to their feelings and doing what's right for them as an individual in general. Also knowing the student's rights. It's important that we familiarize ourselves with relevant laws and policies so that we have a leg to stand on when we try and go and advocate for those students, not just in our workplace, but in our communities as well. I think that's so important. We also need to focus on long-term goals, not just the short-term goals. I know sometimes we get distracted by the setbacks in the day or the week. And the more that I think about it, it's all about having a bounce back attitude. So, you know, trying not to get caught up in the moment. Also, one of the most important things is getting support from others. In the start of this pilot, it's always hard It's always about communicating. So it's important to foster long-term relationships with school leaders and colleagues, because that's essential, and that is very effective in advocacy. We cannot do this alone. And again, shout out to SAC Advocacy Center and to Pamela Frias. She helped me with students. When I started this, I think that speaks to the volume of work and commitment that the Alamo colleges will go to help students. Also taking advocacy to the next level, we're talking about outside of the school and outside of the colleges. Advocacy doesn't stop at the college, and it doesn't stop at your agency. You can always go to your legislators, and you can encourage the public to engage in conversations with their stakeholders and other individuals, to step out of their comfort zones to help make a difference. And even if that means sharing, encouraging a student to share their story if they're comfortable with that. So we must bridge the gap. We must work together. Next slide, please. And if you have any questions, we would be more than happy to answer them. And we appreciate being here today again. This is such a big passion of mine, in case you couldn't tell. And Erica, I want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Freesia, so much.
And Ms. Lisa, for all the hard work that you're doing. Next we have our Texas A&M in San Antonio, and it's going to be Ms. Kimberly Nanez. She is the Student Academic Success Center Foster Youth Liaison. Ms. Kimberly Nanez and earned her Bachelor of Art degree in History in spring 2013 from Texas A&M University, and her Master of Art degree in History in spring 2005 from the University of Texas at San Antonio. From 2005 to 2007, she worked as an adjunct history instructor at San Antonio College. From 2007 to 2015, Kimberly worked as an academic advisor 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the University of Texas in San Antonio in the College of Science. In 2015, Kimberly transitioned to the role of the Executive Director of the Student Academic Success Center at Texas A&M University in San Antonio, managing academic coaching, tutoring services, supplemental instruction, the Testing Center, Texas Success Initiative, the Dream.US Scholars, and foster services. During her tenure as an academic advisor in the College of Science, Kim took on 2 roles with the center, the trainer and the advisor for at-risk students. Kim also supervised the academic advisor 1 and 2 roles in the center. She developed a program for at-risk students that earned the NACADA 2012 Program Award. These skills from these programs were instrumental in Kim transitioning to the role at Texas A&M University in San Antonio. In 2015, Kim transitioned to her role as the director of the Student Academic Success Center. In this role, Kim was an integral part of the comprehensive expansion as Texas A&M San Antonio went from a 2-year upper division institution to a 4-year institution. During this expansion, Kim hired a team to create academic coaching, tutoring services, and the testing center. In 2016, she became one of the former foster liaisons for Texas A&M in San Antonio and the scholar advisor for the Dream US Scholar Program. Kim is currently working in the Division of Academic Affairs as the Executive Director of the Student Academic Success Center. In this role, Kim helped Texas A&M San Antonio gain the role as a supervised independent living site in San Antonio. She is also maintaining the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot Program for her institution and helped create the Faith Center for currently enrolled foster and adopted youth attending A&M San Antonio.
All right, thanks so much. I always like to start with a slide about A&M San Antonio because we're a newer institution and sometimes you'd be surprised that people don't know we exist or students don't know that we are in the city. So just some facts about us. We were established in 2009. We have a total enrollment of 6,700 students, so we're considered pretty small for a public institution. We are an HSI, and over 2/3 of our population is Hispanic Latinx. Our annual tuition and fees is $8,260, and we're considered affordable for a 4-year institution in the state of Texas. 78% of our students are first generation. We have 56 currently enrolled foster and adopted youth, and you can see on this slide the breakdown. So of the 3 partner institutions, we do have the smallest amount, but we also have the smallest enrollment numbers for an institution. So it kind of makes sense where our numbers are at. Next slide. So in November 2019, Texas A&M University established our FATE Center. And that center is to support our foster and adopted youth that are transitioning to our institution or who are currently enrolled. So here's some of the things that our center does. And one thing I want to say that's probably not on this slide, sorry, is that our center is within our area called the Student Academic Success Center. And that houses academic advising, academic coaching, TSI, tutoring, supplemental instruction, and a variety of other services. So when a student comes into the center and asks to be seen in the FATE Center, there is a myriad of student services that are occurring in that one space. So our center helps with students transitioning to A&M San Antonio. We also help by helping them complete the Apply Texas application. We also support them by helping them complete the FAFSA, and we help them search for student employment opportunities, as well as researching housing opportunities within the city. So if you're transitioning, if you're a first-time student, whether you're a transfer or a freshman, these are the services we're going to help you out with before you've actually enrolled at the institution. Next slide. Once the student's on campus, this is what we do for our students. First of all, we have a campus coach. So we have a staff member that helps foster and adopted youth stay on track academically, but also personally and professionally. We have what we call success mentors. These are peer staff members that help currently enrolled foster and adopted youth transition to college. So they might help in that process of, I don't know how to apply, what do I need to do? And because maybe they just applied last year, they're really good resources for the students, because they can say, well, here's what I did. Let me get on the computer with you and show you how to do that. Or I don't know what this financial aid's asking me. How do I do that? So they work in conjunction with the campus coach to make those resources and services for the student more streamlined and understandable, right? We also have an emergency fund. So we allocated $300 per academic year to assist foster and adopted youth in acquiring their emergency funds for things like paying a bill, assisting with rent payments, school supplies, groceries, etc. We have supported over, I think, around 15 of these so far since we implemented the emergency funds. And the good thing about what we're doing right now with this is that our university is so dedicated that we are getting these refunds, these $300 emergency funds, to the students within 2 business days. And for a university, that's pretty good, because a lot of times you're having to go through a bursar's office or something like that. We also, in our FATE Center, have our own supply closet. So in that supply closet, we're housing non-perishable foods, school supplies, and personal care products. So they can come to us if they need a snack, if they need lunch, because we'll have some non-perishable items for them, if they need supplies for school, or if they just need like shampoo or deodorant or something like that. And we try to keep that stocked. Right now, what we're doing during COVID-19 is we're actually doing drive-up services for the students. If they need things, they can let us know, and we'll do curbside for them to get them those items, since we know it's difficult right now to go out and get things. And then we also have a coordinated care network. So we have identified people on our campus in different areas, and we call them campus champions, who are integral in the success of foster and adopted youth. So we have somebody identified in our financial aid area. We have someone identified in our admissions area. We have someone identified in counseling and wellness. And so in all of these different areas, we have specific people that we have talked to that meet with us regularly, that understand adopted and foster youth services at our campus and what all of that means, basically. and so that the student has a better overall experience on our campus than they may have had, say, 5 years ago. So that's something also that we're doing, and we're meeting at least once to twice a semester to sort of talk through any barriers, blockades, things that we're seeing happening to students, and trying to work those out for our students. Next slide. That's the FATE team. So you can see there's Norma Davila, and she's our foster care coordinator. And then Dee on the right, or I'm looking at her, she's on my right. She's our campus coach. And then you're seeing one of the success mentors. She's a former foster youth. Next slide. Okay, so what are our students saying? So this is one quote we got from a student recently, and they said, the bag from Tamusa Supply Pantry came in handy. All the items, hygiene, were out of stock at HEB, so it really came in handy. Thank you so much for the support with the CPS bill. I was laid off, so I was worried how I was going to pay it. I now have a zero balance. Next slide. At A&M San Antonio, we also, in fall of 2019, became a supervised independent living site. And so most of you may know what this is. It's extended foster care through the age of 21. In that process, housing and the meal plan are paid for. We do only have one dorm, as you can see right there. It's one dorm. It's called Esperanza Hall. We have our campus coach working directly with the SIL students, so they each meet with Dee at least once a month. Part of that SIL program is that students receive $90 for their cell phone and toiletry fund each month. Students who participate in SIL have this campus coach working with them directly, helping them do transition well to the university, but also be successful throughout the time that they're here. If a student wants to know about SIL, they can always go through their caseworker, but also we've had people reach out directly to us, and then we will kind of do a circle around back to DFPS to sort of get help to see if the student qualifies. So what are our SIL students saying? Just FYI, we have 3 SIL students right now. I plan on doing something big one day and being someone important, and all big things start from something small. This SIL program is a small piece to a bigger picture, and I'm just happy to have had the opportunity to be a part of it. The other quote is, the program has enhanced my academic journey because I was able to focus more on my classes than having to worry about how I will pay my dorm. Also having the extra help with my caseworker and my academic coach, they were here to push me to do better by checking on how I was doing. So that's it for A&M San Antonio. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Núñez. Later on, we have from the University of Texas in San Antonio, we have Ms. Emily Miller. She is Associate Director. Ms. Miller graduated from UTSA with a Bachelor of Arts in English and a minor in Spanish. She then pursued a Master's of Arts in Education with a concentration on English as a second language from Ashford University. Her original goals of an education related career led her to working with an opportunity youth in the San Antonio, Bexar County community, where she became inspired to focus her career in child welfare and homelessness. Her work experience ranges from field-based casework in the public sector with the Department of Family and Protective Service and private sector with nonprofit organizations serving youth in foster care and adopted placements, case management with chronically homeless families and children with SAM's ministry, federal grant administration, and policy analysis for homeless services. She joined UTSA in December 2019 in the Foster and Educational Success Center and is currently serving as the Associate Director. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for joining us.
Thanks, Stephanie, for that introduction. And I'm so glad to be able to be a part of this panel today to talk to you all more about the Fostering Educational Success Center that operates at the UTSA main campus. Alongside our partners at Alamo and A&M, we also opened in the fall of 2019 and actually have a dedicated space within the student union, which you'll see later in this presentation, where our students with a history of foster care can come, talk with me or the campus coach. They can access our pantry and all the other services that we provide, which we'll cover as we go through these slides. Our goals are alongside the rest of our pilot partners. Obviously we're going to improve access to higher education resources at UTSA, and increase retention and graduation rates amongst the population of students that we're serving. We also do currently work with students who are receiving that DFPS tuition fee waiver. And in the spring of 2020, we had 108 students using that waiver who were enrolled that semester. And of those 108, we had over 30 students become involved with us throughout the spring. So we're rapidly building our base of students that we're engaging with on a regular basis, and hope to continue increasing that as we move into the fall. And this is us. That's me on top. I'm the Associate Director of the Fostering Educational Success Center. We have Marcella Alvear, who is our MSW intern and has been a huge support to our center operations through her internship in the spring, and will be continuing again with us in the summer, starting again next week. We have some open positions that are gonna hopefully be filled soon for the campus coach, hiring fall of 2020. And we are also going to be creating new positions for peer mentors to join our team starting in the fall. This is the student union where our Fostering Educational Success Center is currently housed on the UTSA main campus. It's such a pretty picture, and I miss seeing it every day. Working in these remote circumstances has been interesting this semester, so I can't wait to get back to our space. And the campus coach does have an office in the Fostering Educational Success Center in the student union. So their role is really to provide trauma-informed care through using the Casey Family Life Domains model and promoting skill building with our youth. We do assessments alongside same assessments that our other pilot partners are using to look at the students' strengths and needs. And then we provide ongoing coaching for life and educational skills. And this is a quick overview of the KC Life Domains. I just wanted to give you all a picture of kind of what it looks like and the lens that we are using when we're meeting and assessing our students. All of these domains kind of center around education, and so we want to bring back the students' needs and tie it into ways that they can build on strengths and opportunities to overall increase academic success. So the domains are not mutually exclusive, they are inclusive, and what we see is if there are barriers in one domain, such as like cultural and personal identity or physical and mental health, that's likely going to impact other domains, specifically education. And so we want to assess those needs and be able to address them, as well as continuing ongoing wraparound support throughout semesters. So like I mentioned earlier, we're a dedicated physical space in the student union. Our office space is really a decent sized lounge room, and then we have a large separate room that contains 4 workstations and a smaller private office where my position was previously housed, but we'll probably be changing that up a little bit once we're able to come back on campus. And so like I mentioned earlier, we're equipped with storage cabinets which house our emergency food, school, and dorm supplies. And the primary purpose of the space is, we want to have an area where students can come and feel comfortable and know that they're working with people who are trauma informed and who are not going to ask them 100 questions about their history or making them retell their story. And we want to also cultivate a spot for community within that space as well. So we have multiple students coming and visiting us at one time, and they have the chance to meet each other and start to build supportive relationships with each other. This is an overview of the self-care supplies that we have on hand within our center. We have a food pantry that's specific to us, stocked with non-perishable foods. That is in tandem with the larger UTSA Roadrunner pantry that is also housed in the student union at the main campus. So if needed, our students who are eligible for the Fostering Educational Success Center can actually access both pantries and be able to receive extra resources there. We keep hygiene products in stock, including like deodorant, laundry detergent, shampoo, things that are monthly, pretty much fixed expenses to help support that financial, something that can become a financial barrier in making sure that our folks can take care of themselves. Kitchen supplies, this is something that our students have started to tell us that they need help with. You know, they move into dorms, but they don't necessarily come equipped with plates and utensils and pots and pans. And so we're going to be working on now distributing that more as we move into the fall. And then we also have miscellaneous items like t-shirts and hoodies. We have some household goods in general that have been donated to our center. And so we give those to our students, you know, just to kind of spruce up their homes. We recognize that the students need support within our center, but also support outside of our center. And so as part of that, we have this initiative to partner closely with other departments on campus and have also identified, I think I heard A&M mention this term as well, but people who we're calling campus champions. And these are staff members or specific departments who are also trauma informed, who are supportive of the Fostering Educational Success Center, and who we can give a warm handoff referral to in the event that a student needs support outside of our office. And so here are some examples of places where we've established solid partnerships to help kind of bridge gaps in communication and make sure that our students have a smooth sailing throughout their semester so they can really focus on their coursework and have to worry less about who to speak with in the different offices around campus. In addition to the SIL program that's offered by A&M, we also have a supervised independent living program that operates at UTSA. It is operating at Alvarez Hall, Chaparral Village, and Laurel Village at the UTSA main campus, which are all residence halls operated and owned by UTSA. In the circumstances of COVID-19, you may have seen some news that students were actually asked to move off campus in order to create space for social distancing. However, our SIL students were one of the populations that were exempt from the move out notice, so they are able to still stay and have their housing needs met through SIL even in the COVID environment. Our program does pay for student housing and a meal plan. We also do the $90 monthly stipend to help contribute toward phone expenses and basic essential items. Same for students in extended foster care who are ages 18 to 21, and our contract is with Family Tapestry. Here's a picture of our dorms. You can see they're kind of like a high level, but they're apartment style living, and so our students actually have private bedrooms within their units, and they share a bathroom with one other person. So it's a pretty private space where they're able to kind of create their own like home. And right now, with our SIL students being one of the few students who are left on campus, they all are actually in their own units entirely. So that's kind of nice as well. And moving forward into the fall, there's new provisions that are going to be made to ensure that social distancing can be practiced, as well as making sure that we can start to fill our halls again. We're going to be increasing SIL capacity, hopefully in the fall through the Early Start Experience program, which I'll speak about in just a minute. The Emergency Fund is a huge supportive service that we offer through the center, much like some of our other partners who you've heard from today. We are now doing $500 a month, $500 a year that we're able to assist students with for various needs. Anything that becomes a barrier to academic success, we can help to address crisis situations. So right now, we have used these emergency funds for housing costs, medical visits, prescriptions, car repairs, electricity and water bill, all kinds of things. So little things that pop up occasionally for some folks, but now have increased quite a bit since the pandemic hit San Antonio, and we've had a lot of students who have unfortunately lost opportunities for earned income and have needed to access emergency funds, and so we're still seeing requests and the ripple effect from that. The Early Start experience that I mentioned earlier is a program that's unique to UTSA and is being funded through a grant that we received through Impact-SA. And the purpose of it is to help bridge a transition for students who are leaving high school to college or transferring from another university or two-year college and coming over to UTSA, to get them on campus a little bit earlier, get them oriented to the university, help cultivate some new relationships amongst peers and also program staff, and offer special programming to help them start to feel comfortable. We're going to be doing this the week before classes start in August. We'll have a motivational speaker who will be able to address resiliency and the impact of educational achievement, as well as opportunities for our students to receive incentives for participating. And so we're targeting a recruitment audience of about 25 students, and we're hoping that a large portion of those students will also be interested in moving into our SIL program. So this is really part of our targeted outreach and engagement for reaching new students who are coming on campus and ensuring that they know about who we are and helping to increase that follow-up with them once they start in the fall. So like I mentioned earlier, they'll be encouraged to stay on campus during the Early Start experience if possible. So that will be if they do opt into student housing, whether if it's through SIL or not, they'll be able to move in early. And then the tangible incentives that I mentioned will include laptops and gift cards for independent living and school supplies. I wanted to give some basic information about our admissions process. So we do also accept applications through Apply Texas. We have the ability to waive application fees for folks who are utilizing their tuition and fee waiver. The key thing to remember when completing applications is that everything has to be submitted by the deadlines that are posted by the university. So you'll want to make sure to keep an eye on the website for those deadlines. I wanted to mention as well that due to COVID-19, we've had some questions about new applications that have been submitted and possibly denied due to test scores. Test score requirements are waived for the upcoming semester for admissions, and so if you're currently working with any students who have applied and unfortunately received a denial from UTSA due to test scores, those applications are going to be reviewed again. And there's a possibility that the decision for admission will be reversed. And I believe what I've heard from the admissions office is that those decisions will be made in the coming weeks and hopefully sooner than later. Same thing for transfer students. You'll want to submit your transcripts to make sure that we have all the records that we need to get you all the credits that you have earned and on track for your degree program. Just wanted to mention a couple of our outreach initiatives. So we're partnering really closely with PAL, our Welcome Center and Admissions Office. And so once we're allowed to be back on campus, we'll be able to do some targeted campus tours with the folks that are participating in PAL and encourage them to utilize their benefits once they age out of care or stay in extended care. We're going to be inviting those potential freshmen and transfer alumni to come and experience the advantages offered by Fostering Educational Success Center. And in the future, we will be launching more outreach initiatives for the K-12 population once we get back out of remote circumstances. Here's my contact information. As I mentioned earlier, we have the vacancy for the campus coach, so I'm currently fielding inquiries regarding our center operations or services that we can provide. You're more than welcome to contact me directly, or you can send an email to the General Center, which is fosteringsuccess@utsa.edu. We have a website that's up and available and a link there for you to follow, as well as a Facebook page that kind of gives information about some things that we are up to in general. So with that being said, I'll conclude my presentation, and I just wanted to send an immense thank you to our pilot partners for putting this together, as well as inviting me to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and the rest of the ladies on our panel for that comprehensive presentation. I also would like to thank you for sharing with our audience how you all are aiming to serve students in the midst of a health pandemic. We are still active in helping our students, and that is great to hear how you all have uniquely done so. I would like to open the floor for questions, and I know we are over the time limit, so I'm going to also launch the poll at the same time for those who are still participating. And so I'll launch the poll, and I will open the floor for Christy to ask the first question.
Thank you, Erica. Okay, it looks like we have 3 questions. One I already answered, and that was in regards to the presentation from today, and we'll send that out by the end of next week. But our first question, I believe, was to Rushi from Sarah Worthington, and it's how are referrals made to the college-bound docket? Does a youth have to be in extended foster care to be eligible for the college-bound docket?
Sorry, hold on. They don't have to be an aged out foster youth. It can be someone who's been adopted. They just have to have the tuition and fee waiver to be able to use that to get into school. And what was the first part, Christy?
It's, sorry, I just.
Oh, how are referrals made?
How are referrals made?
Okay. You can refer directly through the judges refer them, the ad litem's refer, if they have an open CPS case, their caseworkers refer through our partners, through anybody at school. I know Emily's before sent over somebody who was at UTSA, and we were able to get them on the docket. So you can always just reach out to me at any point, and we can discuss it on if you can make direct referrals, or if I can put you in the direction on who to actually make that referral.
Thank you for that. We do have one more question also is, how are the BCFES service numbers accurately tracked? Is there a specific tracking system in place that shows the number of youth served, as well as identifying the types of services or benefits that were utilized? If so, how can this data be made available to stakeholders, partnerships, and foster care alumni?
I'll jump in and answer that question. This is Erica again, the pilot director. We currently have a tracking system in place that all of our partner agencies have to utilize. I must admit it's not extremely sophisticated, meaning that it's not a system that we've bought from IT agency. We use an Excel sheet that collects certain information related to the student, how many minutes they were served while they were at the center, what type of services they received based on the life domains, any collateral contacts, any program development, and additionally, any outreach that's been done with those students. Our lead evaluator, who is Dr. Megan Peel, is in the process of taking preliminary data. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we are just now 7 months into it. And so we're now at the process or at the stage where we can collect some of that data and start doing some analysis and making it available to the public. So right now, it's not available to disseminate, but it will be soon, as we will have to present our findings and our impact to the legislator hopefully this upcoming January. And so that is something that we can share at that time. And I hope I answered all the parts of that question.
Okay, it looks like we have 2 more questions. The first one's going to be for CASA, just to get people prepped. The second one's going to be for Rushi. Okay, First one for CASA is, will CASA advocates be able to continue providing support to their assigned youth once they age out? If not, will this be something that may be reconsidered in the future in hopes to continue providing ongoing support for the youth?
That's a great question. This is Allison from CASA. So our CASA advocates are court appointed. So if the youth is dismissed from care, then we do lose our jurisdiction. However, most of our CASA advocates do keep in touch and continue to be a support system for the youth, just not in that official CASA role, but more of kind of like a friend or a mentor. One of the best things about CASA, though, is that we are able to change and adapt. We can kind of customize our programs to fit the need in the community. So we're always open to expanding services if we need to. Great question.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Rushi, last question looks like is, do all counties have a college-bound docket?
No, actually, this is our first ever to have anything like this. So Bexar County is the first to hold something awesome like this, to be able to have all of our partners helping us.
Awesome, thank you, Rushi. Erica?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Seems like most of the people have voted in the, or submitted their answers in the poll. Again, we would like to thank you all for participating and hanging in with us today and the rest of the week if you were able to take part. Again, a special request to please let youth know about tomorrow's webinar. They'll have an opportunity to connect with other youth with lived experience in foster care, connect and have their voices be heard on what they need to be able to successfully transition into higher education. And in addition, they'll have an Ask a Coach session. So I know with everything related to the social distancing, they probably aren't able to visit campuses or get contact with people to find or have their questions answered. And so that will allow them to have that that contact with our coaches tomorrow. So if you all know youth that have accessibility to a laptop or a computer or even their phone, please send them the link for tomorrow's webinar. And again, I would like to thank you all for showing your interest and support of the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot. Thank you again to our panelists for doing such a great job and showing how much hard work and dedication you put forth in this pilot. And thank you to Christy and Stephanie for supporting me in this effort and launching this webinar series. And I hope to connect with you all again soon. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Further ado, I will turn it over to Stephanie to read the bios of our first presenter. Stephanie?
Hey everyone, so our first presenter will be Kane Jaggers. She is from Family Tapestry. Ms. Jaggers earned her bachelor's degree in social work from Our Lady of the Lake University and has spent over 10 years advocating for youth in foster care. Ms. Jaggers currently serves as the Independent Living and Adoption Supervisor with Family Tapestry, a division of the Children's Shelter. Ms. Jaggers' experience in working with at-risk youth on the provider side in school and now as a collaborative partner with BCFES has allowed her opportunities to identify ways to break down barriers, bridge gaps for services, and empower youth to find their voice. Ms. Jaggers has also presented on multiple topics at the Texas Alliance Conference, specifically around the idea of advocacy, cultural competency, and permanency as it relates to youth in foster care. As a TBRI practitioner, Ms. Jagger uses trauma-informed lens to ensure the needs and values of youth in foster care are heard. I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Jaggers.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good afternoon, everybody, and happy Friday. As we've talked this whole week about the youth in foster care, their needs, the areas in which we can continue to support them, One of the things that Family Tapestry identified early on is the need for our youth to have a platform to not only identify their voice and become familiar with their own voice and knowing that they have control, but being able to learn how to use their voice to empower and implement change within the foster care community. And this is where, our youth encouraging advocacy and hope really developed from. We know that there have been many other partners within our community and across the nation that have attempted to develop a youth advisory committee or youth advisory board. And we've been able to learn from those other programs on not only the benefits, but also the barriers that are occurring in trying to ensure that this committee is successful. And so when we talked about, and what that would look like for youth in Bexar County and youth in foster care who have experienced being in foster care at some point in their life, we understand that their voices are the ones that should be heard the most because they are the expert in their own lives. It's not always about the professionals in our community making decisions on behalf of the youth, but really allowing our youth to be part of that decision-making process. We also understand that having a youth advisory committee bridges gaps for service delivery. Again, as a youth, they are more aware of the red tape that they're experiencing each and every day. And as professionals, we can kind of come in and hopefully be that bridge for them. We also know that a benefit for a youth advisory committee is building, encouraging emotional, social, and cognitive development, and allowing us to have that 2020 vision, being able to not only learn from the youth, but be willing to be taught by the youth is a huge component to a successful youth advisory program. In all transparency, there are some barriers, and so membership sustainability is huge. So far, our program with Family Tapestry has about 10 youth that have either is currently in the foster care system or have experienced being in the foster care system at some point. We also have some alumni of the foster care system that is able to kind of come back and help enhance our group. But member sustainability is critical because, as we know, transportation tends to be an issue, just resources within the community. Our youth jumping from placement to placement oftentimes also contributes to their inability to consistently come to meetings and be a part of the transformation within their foster care community. But we know the barriers strongly are overseen by the successes. The successes of a youth advisory committee is really making sure that we have the youth buy-in, understanding that this is not just an opportunity for us to hear what they want to see changed within their community, but really allowing them to feel as though their voice will empower change, not only here in Bexar County, but on a legislative level. Being able to bring other community partners, leaders within our community, successful individuals in our community who maybe have experience being in foster care will be huge. Just like, in our own families, oftentimes our own children will listen to their friends' parents more so than ours. And our youth is no different. When they're able to obtain guidance from someone who has literally walked in their shoes, they are more apt to having that buy-in into a youth advisory committee more so than getting that information from someone else. And we understand the lifelong connections that they establish through their mentors, through other YAG members is going to be a huge component to their success through adulthood. Next. So I just put this nice little quote, and I think it really, again, goes to say that we have to allow a platform for our youth to be heard, and not just heard and feel that their voice has kind of fallen on deaf ears, but really we're using what they're saying and we're able to show them how their voice is transforming the foster care system. So by involving youth in the development of a foster care system, we can transform a system that will work with them, not against them. We've heard that a lot early on in our meetings. So here's just a quick overview of the program. So again, we established it to promote positive transformations within the foster care system that is in line with the Family Tapestry mission as well. But we also want to develop the skills to ensure their success of the youth. Again, not just while they're in foster care, but through their adulthood as well. We currently are having monthly meetings and activities. We have meetings locally in our office, but also around the community. And so we want our youth to know where the BCFS office is, or being able to go to Cafe College, things like that. So they're starting to get familiar with the city of San Antonio and the community services that are offered to them. And we also really want to make sure that the meetings are youth-led. Again, you know, as professionals, we can stand up in front of them all day talking to them about what we see as a need for change in the foster care community, but it's different when it's coming from their own peer, and we've seen great progress in kind of establishing this youth-led advocacy. In order to be eligible to be a member of YA, the legal case of youth has to be from Region 8A, and that's just part of the Family Tapestry contract with the FPS. We ask that the youth has been in care for at least 6 months and is between the ages of 14 to 22 years old. They have to actively be attending school if they are of school age and be in good standing with their current placement. Recently, we identified in one of our meetings with their youth different bylaws and expectations the youth wanted to have for themselves as well as their co-members, which was very powerful to observe, and seeing them be able to have dialogue about what would warrant someone from being eligible to be a member of the YA versus not. Again, we currently have about 10 YA members that are serving, and they are coming from all different areas of types of placements. We have some that are in kinship homes, some that have, again, you know, left the system and aged out and are coming back. And so it really offers a great deal of diversity and understanding what the foster care system looks like from a holistic point of view, instead of just working with youth specific to them being in a foster home and things like that. We do have an application process. It's a very short application, but we ask that we have at least one letter of reference. And this is really to help prepare them for when they go to college or apply for a job, things of that nature. So if you have any youth that kind of you feel meets this criteria and is interested in being a leader within their foster care community and would like to learn more or submit an application, you're more than welcome to email the pal@familytapestry.org email address, and I would be happy to send out an application for you to have the youth fill out. Ideally, we would hope to have about 15 to 20 active members. Again, we know that sometimes members will fall off or they can't come to every single meeting. And so that kind of allows us some leeway. All of the members of YA are also assigned to a mentor through the Through Project and our partner with them. We are really working strong in building lifelong relationships with their peers as well as supportive adults. And research goes to show that if you can be connected to a supportive adult in your life, you are more apt to be successful as an adult yourself, as well as give back to the community. We're always looking for various leadership opportunities, so allowing our youth to go to legislation day, day at the Capitol, speak to local and statewide politicians is going to be something that we'll be working on through the end of this year to early next year. We are also working on exposing the youth to various skills used for, again, applying for job or college applications, resumes, things like that. Next time. Some of the strategic planning that we have, we've established a 1-year, 5-year, 10-year plan for YA, is we would really hope to be able to start having youth sponsors. We understand that asking the time and dedication from our youth to really make this program impactful to the foster care community, we're going to have to incentivize them in some capacity, whether it's through monetary sponsors or something else. But again, looking at having a successful individual within our community that wants to give back to the foster care system and youth in foster care is going to be huge to the success of this program. And so having someone who's willing to sponsor youth membership for the year is something that we're looking into. We're also hoping to have all of our YA members certified with a leadership certificate. And this will be a great opportunity for them to use on college resumes, job applications, and so forth. Again, youth-led presentations. And so looking at the many professional development courses that we all probably have attended or plan to attend in the future, most of the time those presentations is presented by a professional in the field. very rarely do you see a youth presenting on the needs within their own community. And so what we're looking at doing is having some of our YAB members actually present to agencies within our community about what YAB is, the work that we're doing, and looking at doing that not only here within Bexar County, but also across the state of Texas at a variety of conferences. And then hopefully we can soon be able to develop provider subchapters. And so we are asking all of the agencies that we partner with, Family Tapestry, to begin developing a youth advisory committee or youth advisory board within their own agency. And then us being able to have one representative from the agency be part of Again, we really want to make sure that this is a community-wide effort, and understanding that every program that we work with has opportunities for enhancement. And if we could get our partners on board with having a localized youth advisory committee, we are going to be more apt to having a successful transformation of the foster care system, whether it just be one entity working on it by itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Daggers. Now we have Mr. Marcos Carmona. Marcos Carmona is the Referral System Coordinator for the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless. He is also a current member of the San Antonio Youth Action Board's Executive Committee, serving as a secretary. I'm going to give this time to Mr. Carmona.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcos Carmona, and today I'll be speaking about the YAB, the San Antonio Youth Action Board, and kind of what we've done. So what you can see before you is a picture of our YAB, of our Youth Action Board. Now, not all of the members are there for this photo, but this took place during one of the events that we held, which was kind of like a listening session, so to speak, where, presenting issues and concerns that the Youth Action Board had regarding youth homelessness. And at the forum, they basically were just speaking about all of these things and answering questions. And a lot of the community service providers and our partner agencies were there to listen and just trying to understand their perspective, which is really what all of this is about. Feeding into the perspective of youth is extremely valuable, and it's going to be very important, especially if we're making decisions for people that are youth. I mean, why would we want to help someone without asking them how we should help them first? So if you go to the next slide, we can continue. Thank you. All right, so what is the YAB? So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the Youth Homeless Demonstration Project before we get into it, because at the end of the day, it was the catalyst for why the YAB in San Antonio was formed. So I think it was 4 years ago, HUD released a new funding competition titled YHCP, which was specific for communities that had, experienced youth homelessness at, high rates, and it was going to be a way, or it is a way, to help fund initiatives to, hopefully end and prevent youth homelessness in those communities. So part of applying for that funding competition, outside of course, an application detailing a huge plan, just like most grants, there was a piece in it which called for a youth action board to be formed prior to the application being submitted. And the purpose of this youth action board was to provide that perspective and to really make sure that youth had an equitable voice in not only creating the application, but also creating the plan. So that is why our youth action board was formed. That happened a little bit over a year ago now, which is it's awesome that we've gone so far and come as far as we can. So, we applied for it as an organization as Sarah. And then of course we received it, due to the very, very, very smart people that wrote that grant. We were able to receive the largest grant in the nation, and it's at $6.88 million to go specifically to youth homelessness. And that's spread over 2 years. So, each year you will receive about $3.44 million of funding to go out into the community to fund, housing services, to fund diversion services for youth who are experiencing homelessness, more, intensive case management. Basically, just making sure that the resources are truly available for youth in the community who are experiencing homelessness. So the mission of the Youth Action Board, we have right here, the San Antonio YAB is dedicated to promoting youth voice through community collaboration, equity, and empowerment, we also strive to inspire all communities to end youth homelessness through education, resourcefulness, and support. So just, pushing to make sure that the youth who have experienced homelessness have that voice, have that opportunity to speak and give insight as to what's needed to make these changes, to inspire other communities to fight youth homelessness, to make sure that it's a priority in people's minds, and of course, to make sure that not only with youth, but any community that is underrepresented, to make sure that that voice is heard, and acting as inspiration for that. And then of course our vision is, the San Antonio YAB envisions an altruistic world without youth homelessness at all. Of course that's the end goal. At the very end of the game, that's where we want to be. And our mission to get to that vision, of course, is to establish that youth equity, and to inspire others to continue to do the same so that we're representing those who need it most. All right, next slide, please. All right, so a little bit on how our YAB operates. So meetings kind of normally consist of these three things: advising upon the YFCP process. Of course, that's a very, very broad statement. But a lot of meetings, what happens is, we'll be developing, for instance, we submitted a coordinated community plan, which involved detailed steps and solutions for programs that we want to see in the community, for services we want to see exist for youth, and creating that document and advising upon the application process for that document, for the, the RFP, has all been part of what the YAB has been doing. So there have been hours and hours and hours spent by YAB members, including myself, working towards developing a good plan so that, when this does roll out, we'll be able to help those as best as possible. Just to let everyone know, the funding application is open, so you can apply for YHCP dollars, and that will be closing at the end of the month. So at June 1 is the very end of the time frame for you to apply. So another part of is also developing an organizational structure. Just like what Kane was saying, part of these youth action boards and youth advisory boards and youth advisory committees is to teach and to mentor. So developing a real working organizational structure that acts just like a board does for other nonprofits, other businesses, that votes via Robert's Rules of Order, that has an executive committee that helps do a lot of the work. This has been an ongoing process for, a year, and it will continue to be, just because that's the way that these work. We made sure that it's kind of acts as a live document, so that as we continue to grow and change, that we can operationally make sure that we have this all written down. And that has led to a lot of success. It has kept us organized, and it has helped us achieve, our goals, and a really big goal too, which I'll talk on the next slide, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So, with that development of the bylaws, we established the executive council, and voting members, of course. So right now we are looking at a max of 13 voting members. So these are members who will be, of course, making voting decisions, and this includes the executive council. However, we've just established a new section in our bylaws for anyone who is going to be an advisor, so to speak. So this is anyone who, might not fit the criteria to join the YAB, but would still like to assist and help and can volunteer their time. So of course those members won't be compensated, but the voting members in the executive council will. So that's why we have established payment, because we want to make sure that the people who are giving their expertise to this great project are being compensated for it, because it's only fair that we do so. A lot of us who are working for agencies right now get paid to do this stuff every single day. So, why shouldn't the youth who are giving their time and knowledge to our community get paid as well? And then of course, we've established eligibility requirements. So according to HUD, what constitutes a youth is 18 to 24 years old. So what we've made to be an eligible member with the YAB is that you'd be between 17 and 25 years old. And we just opened up the range a little bit just so we can get broader perspectives. We actually intentionally lowered the age under 18 to 17 so that we can encompass the foster care community. That's one distinction I did want to make. This program, this board is not specific to those who have aged out of foster care. However, we do have members who have aged out of foster care. So we look to have 2/3 of our Youth Action Board be comprised of people who have lived expertise. so who might have had experience at one point in their lives or currently homelessness, only because, you know, we do establish that true perspective when helping. So if you go to the next slide, please. All right, where the YAB wants to be. Before we continue, I want to point out something. I made a mistake when submitting the slide. If you look at number 2, it says participate in determined number events to promote us being more well known in 2020. This was my mistake. It's meant to say 3, but that was not placed in there. And then also, in light of COVID, things have changed a little bit. So these goals were made prior to COVID. But just to speak a little bit on what SMART goals are, you know, we worked with a TA, a technical assistant that HUD provided us for YHCP, specifically on youth engagement and advocacy. He had come down a few times to San Antonio out of DC to work with our YAB in person, and we've developed these SMART goals. And what a SMART goal is, it's a goal that's specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and then time bound. So we basically wanted to make sure that we had goals that we knew were attainable and possible within this year. Of course, things have changed in light of COVID, but we still have been able to do a few of these things. So the first one is YAB can visit/meet with 3 representatives/community leaders to discuss the change we need to see. You know, this was, of course, put in hiatus due to everything going on, as well as number 2, which was participating in 3 events. Now, number 3, compose a more diverse group of YAB members and recruit 8 more dedicated members. We have recruited more members since establishing this goal, and we want to continue to do so as people start to transition out of the YAB. We have people who are becoming older, be phasing out. Of course, as we know, people who are going to be engaging in the YAB might not be able to be present all the time, or might not have the opportunity, or maybe, you know, once employment turns into place, they might not have time. So we want to make sure that we have dedicated members. And this is not saying that we'll turn someone away who wants to help but can't give their time. We would just ask that they work with us as an advisor or, you know, a volunteer capacity. And then, of course, number 5 or 4, have YAB members have 80% attendance for all YAB meetings. And then looking for 100 followers on Instagram and Twitter, which I'm going to plug in the next slide if you could go to it. And that's it. Thank you for the presentation. There was one goal on there that I forgot to mention, and this is pretty important. Part of establishing our youth equity was to actually get a board seats on the SARA's board of directors. So the COC, the Continuum of Care, is the agency that acts as kind of the gateway to HUD funding to spread that into the community so that, you know, we can house many programs. And just to make sure that we really had that youth equity established, we were able to get a seat. So our president, Cameron Reese, holds an actual seat on that board of directors. So just making progress like that, moving towards really establishing youth equity. I think for a lot of people, it can be kind of uncomfortable to go into that space of becoming vulnerable enough to listen to those who are younger than you. But just speaking from someone who is a youth, if you do listen and you do really care and you allow us to speak, that established or that respect will, you know, grow, and it will only foster a great relationship moving forward. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Marcus, for that presentation. Later on, we have Ms. MJ from Youth Action Council. MJ is a senior at the University of Texas at San Antonio, completing a bachelor's degree in psychology, and intends to go on to complete a master's in social work or obtain her PSID. MJ's future goal is to become a psychologist working with adolescents suffering from eating disorders and other co-occurring conditions. MJ came on to work with the college-bound docket as the student advocate. MJ is a former foster youth who can relate to the struggles that youth face and understands far too well the barriers of getting to college. MJ will also be working temporarily with the BCFES Youth Action Council during the summer of 2020. MJ is also a level 1 fostering success coach. MJ, thank you for being here with us.
Hello. So I'm MJ, and I didn't realize there was going to be like a little bio read at the beginning. So I don't really need to go through this part. But yes, there's that. Oh my, there's a picture of me. Okay. All right, next. Okay, so what is the Youth Action Council? So the purpose of the Youth Action Council is to offer a space where the youth voice can be heard. It's easy for adults to gather around and talk about new programs and ways to help former and current foster youth, but if you haven't been through the system, then how could you fully understand how to help? With the Youth Action Council, we are able to engage and be included in decision-making that affects our lives. What would the youth involvement look like? The youth that are part of this council will access ways to participate in leadership and decision-making, hold meetings regularly, create advocacy campaigns. We will create an official group name, elect an officer, organize and provide training, plan social and educational events, influence university and state policy, build essential life skills, form healthy supportive relationships and community connection, and they will also be receiving incentives for their participation. So this part I wrote in my own words because I wanted people to understand what is meant by the youth voice, because we hear that a lot. And so oftentimes the greatest impact an individual can make on influencing a population or a group is that the person has walked and lived through that path. So when I was personally in the foster care system, there has never been a time that a caseworker ever sat down with me and just asked, what matters to you in this? And even after that. So unfortunately, though, some of those decisions have to be made for good reasons and intentions, without the kid being involved, but it still just really sucks to not have someone ask you that question. And so as youth grow older and into young adults, there's a time and place for us to speak up on behalf of our experiences and where we want to see change and positive impact being made. The youth voice is empowering and will make the greatest difference and influence. So there are 5 dimensions for the youth engagement. The first one is resources. That includes the staff that will have the funding facilities, equipment, and any data collection tools. The second would be infrastructure, which includes training, policies, and our organizational structures. The third is knowledge and skills, which would be the expertise, our leadership skills, team building, and cultural responsiveness. And under this section would be kind of where they say the young people are the experts. Culture and climate is number 4. So the norms, beliefs, values, and attitudes that influence our behaviors, with a shared vision of goals, attitudes, and our openness. And the last one is, I got it mixed up, might be, engagement and partnership, which is a connection, the stakeholder involvement, and communication. So what are the requirements for the youth to be part of the Youth Action Council? So first is current or past history in foster care. Between the ages of 16 and 25, currently enrolled or interested in enrolling in UTSA, Texas A&M, or Alamo colleges. Actively be participating in a campus support program. A desire to lead and advocate for change. Interest in developing or strengthening leadership skills. A 2.0 or higher GPA. And must attend the meetings, which will be determined later on. And must be willing to mentor others if needed. Enroll in SARA or the Family Tapestry Youth Board. So what is in it for what else is involved for the youth? The youth must work together. We will have regular council meetings weekly in the summer and bi-monthly meetings in the fall and spring. We will agree on the duration of the meetings, discuss the issues relative to foster and adopted, and use access to barrier from obtaining a higher education, attend a monthly project meeting, provide updates to larger steering committee, bring issues, concerns, and goals, prepared ahead of time to be discussed in the committee meetings. There will also be incentives for the involvement and the engagement, and that is still yet to be determined of how that exactly will work. But there will be increased incentives for every meeting and event, provide an avenue for other student input and involvement for youth not active in the board. And so there will be, this kind of goes into like a little more of what the benefits are for the youth. And so with the Youth Action Council, the youth will take initiative and build accountability, empower youth to advocate for themselves, build networks and encourage mentorship and explore career paths. Youth will build professional skills in a professional environment, supports resiliency, autonomy, and well-being, provides opportunities for leadership, critical thinking, decision-making, and community engagement. And then as part of the Youth Action Council, we will have a president, a vice president, secretary, and chairs, which those individuals would be responsible for like the outreach, any social events, training and workshops. And there's a graduation cord, which will show the opportunity to be part of a community and advocacy for the campus, community, and state. And any youth that are interested in the Youth Action Council can contact Erica, and there's her email and number. And you could also contact me, and my email is college.bound.advocate@gmail.com. Thank you. I was extremely nervous on this, so thank you guys for listening.
You did wonderfully, MJ.
Yeah.
No worries.
I did.
I would like.
I'm just gonna be quiet now. Okay, bye. Thank you.
So thank you to all of our presenters, to Kane about the YAB group at Family Tapestry and Marcos about YAB at Sarah. I think we should let you all know that rather than duplicate the great work that Sarah and Family Tapestry is providing for these youth councils, that we're trying to collaborate. We understand that there's different missions involved, but the ultimate goal is to make sure that youth has a part of the process and have the ear of those who are making decisions. And so our purpose of creating this Youth Action Council is so that we can hopefully increase engagement in those two other groups, but also get the voice of the youth members that may not be a part of our pilot institutions, help to influence some of our decisions and policies related to our program processes. And so MJ is a wonderful person and is going to help lead the charge in that and get that youth engagement. As she mentioned, it's important to have that voice be heard and have someone sit down and ask, what is it that you need to help you be successful? And having that youth voice and or face and presence is a lot more effective than hearing from a professional that they consider is old and don't understand because they don't have that lived experience. And so I want to thank you to all three of our presenters for providing this information on these youth action groups. And we look forward to collaborating and strengthening each one of our groups and making sure that not only is Family Tapestry and Sarah stronger because of the youth participation, but also the Bexar County Fostering Education Success Pilot.